I really truly believe that I would pay the price for that lie. I truly believe it. I think if you're a man and you're growing up and you're saying, how do I act? What do I do in this scenario? What would God want you to do? Tell the truth. You'd be amazed how far just telling the truth will get you. In any situation, I can give you benign situations that don't even matter. Your girlfriend caught you. Oh, and no, and I barely know her. Just say, yes, sorry. I love you. I'd love to stay together. But you did this. Sorry. I'm leaving. Okay, goodbye. Next day she's back. You just tell the truth. It could have gone on for weeks. She could have kept spying. She could have called the girl. All this drama. Just sometimes in life, you just man up and tell the truth. That's why in my current scenario, and I was saying earlier,
that's the only way you're free, by the way.
Completely.
Only way you're free.
Truth shall set you free.
It shall set you free. When I was saying earlier, the incompetence of my enemies is scaring me, and I don't know exactly what to do. All I can do is just tell the truth all the time. I'm going to tell the truth all the time. I'm going to say what I mean and mean what I say, and I'm going to tell the truth, and that's who I'm going to be. That's what I think is the best thing for me to do in the current scenario. But we're not even instilling that in children anymore. We're not even telling children how important it is to not lie.
Well, but that's also part of what you're talking about. I want to show you the stat because the guy sent it to me. And then we'll put this for the audience to see as well. Percentage of gun ownership from 1972 till today. Same thing.
Exactly the same.
If you look at the numbers, pretty much the same thing. So what's been the biggest difference is a lot of these things that we just talked about. By the way, that question you asked from 1950 till today, the candidate that's talking about this, again, I went back to politics, RFK is talking about this. Yeah. And I think it's a very important thing to talk about because it's making people go research and see for themselves and to ask the question, what really did change?
Completely.
We've had this all the time.
Completely.
What became legal? Why are we adding all these pharmaceuticals to, kiss the Tate?
Yeah.
What else would it be outside of that? So that was the foundation, which I agree with you. Household values, principles, kids, men, raising them better. Yeah. What else would you see as a challenge from an outside? And then I got part two of the question for you.
Yeah, it's
anything else where you say, XYZ would also, by the way, I love the way you say Nissan and status. I just love the way you pronounce those two words, man. For a second you said Nissan, I'm like, what is Nissan? And then I realized what you're talking about.
Well, I remember when I was young, other people's parents would tell me off. Do you remember that? Did you ever get that when you were young?
Of course.
Other people's parents would come up and you better not. Random adults would just tell me off. I was scared of every grown-up. Every grown-up had a degree of authority. Just random adults. We can't do that anymore. There was just a degree of community that's certainly not really lost. And asking me how to bring it back is difficult. It's very hard. And that's one of the reasons why I've become so religious recently, because I think that God is definitely part of that. And that's also the reason I want to live in the clan I live in. That's why it is. My brother can tell my kids off, no problem. If I came home and Tristan's like, I had to scream it all, I'll be like, good. I trust him in his judgment. Good. Scream at them then. Good. They're children. Also, sometimes, you know what? Kids need to be yelled at sometimes. Why not yell at them? What are they going to do? So life's hard. Life's hard. The way we pander and baby children, especially, is insane. I was talking about this the other day. I was talking about how I have a pet peeve, and one of my pet peeves is painkillers. And I was being typical me, and I was going over the top. But I was saying, I was not arguing, I was discussing with this guy. This guy said, have you got any aspirin? I said, there's no aspirin in my house. And he said, why? I said, brother, you are not facing 1% of the life difficulties I am facing. Think about it. No government's trying to lock you up. The Matrix isn't after you. They're not trying to frame you. Nobody wants you dead. When God finally gives you a tiny headache to give you something to show you're half a man, a little bit of resilience, you pussy out and take an aspirin. Can't you just have a headache? Just have a headache. And not only just have a headache and don't mention it, because I don't care. So don't even talk about it. Nobody needs to know. Just have a headache and be quiet.
I have a headache, Twitter.
Yeah. What do you want? You want therapy? You want sympathy? Nobody cares you have a headache. Shut up. It kind of goes back to my original conversation when I was saying I don't like psychotherapists and all their garbage, because they're constantly, I don't believe in, I've had conversations with therapists a few times, and my biggest detractors and enemies say, you need to talk to a therapist. The last conversation I had with a therapist didn't go very well. I said I didn't believe in most of their field and that was garbage. And she said, why? And I said, because there are some boys who don't drink alcohol because their dad was an alcoholic, and there are some boys who are alcoholics because their dad was an alcoholic. You have the same scenario and different outcomes. So I don't believe in it. And she said, well, no, it's not an exact science, but we have generalized rules that we can follow that lead to patterns of behavior. I said, but I'm not a generalized person. I'm an exceptional person. So everything you've learned and everyone you've ever spoken to and everything in your books does not apply to me because I am exceptional and I'm smarter than you and I've done things you could never do. And I'm a world champion athlete and I'm richer than you'll ever be. So nothing you know can possibly apply to my mindset. So why are we sitting here talking?
What was the reaction?
She just wrote things down on a piece of paper. Probably called me an arrogant piece of shit. Probably said don't like this guy.
Complete narcissist,
Yeah, 100%,
egomaniac,
100%.
who knows what's going on
But
here.
I'm right.
Yeah.
There's nothing you've learned in your
You are
book that
exceptional.
applies to people. It doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to me. So I don't want to hear it. Don't care. Don't care. And this whole idea, this goes back to the thing about painkillers. That's something I didn't just make up. That's from my dad. I remember being at my friend's house, and I remember him saying I need an aspirin, and he had an aspirin. I remember just being a child and coming home and saying I want an aspirin. I remember my dad going, for what? You're a kid. Shut up. No, you're not popping pills. And I remember my mother going, it's only an aspirin. No, there's nothing wrong with you. Your body is going to go through the same damage it's suffering, if any at all, whether you feel the pain or not. Man up, get over it. It comes down to the details. It's like if you're a professional fighter and you get to a certain level, your coach, once you've been training for 10 years, your coach is honing you on the details. It's the tiniest details that make you a predator. The tiny things. Mayweather does 1% better than the guy he beats. It's the tiny details. So simple things like denying a child a painkiller when you know there's nothing wrong with them. I'm not saying if he had surgery, he can't have painkillers. I'm saying if he walks in, there's nothing actually wrong with the kid. Say no. It's all the tiny little things you need to do to instill pain. You need to instill that resilience inside of them. I was in jail, and I could just hear crying and sobbing from every cell but mine. Everyone's in there having a mental breakdown, but me. And the scariest thing about my position, and I think it's the position for most people who end up in jail in Romania, because of how the legal system works and the extensions and that, you don't know how long you're in there for. You don't know. It could be a year, it could be 5, it could be 3 days. That's what messes with your brain. You're like, do I prepare for 6 months of this? Do I prepare for 5 years of this? What's going on? Nobody knows. Everyone's in there having mental breakdowns but me. Why did I not have a mental breakdown? Because I've had too much crap happen to me too many times and never took the painkiller, never took the easy way out, never asked for the therapist, never been a bitch about it. This is how life works. There's no way to the top besides the difficulty and the pain and the trauma. I'm really flabbergasted that there's men out here who still believe they're going to somehow become something of importance without it. Of course she broke your heart. Good, good, good. Good. I'm tired of people complaining and crying about it. That's the game. That's the life. So yeah, it comes down to tiny things, even down to painkillers, smallest things. Another thing my dad used to make me do. He used to make me drink water. I remember being a kid and it would upset me. I'd be sitting in there playing chess, whatever. He'd say, go drink 2 liters of water. And I'd go and I'd get some water and I'd start drinking it and say, I'm not thirsty, I don't want to drink the rest. And he'd stand there and make me drink all 2 liters. Now I understand it was just compliance. 2 liters of water is not going to hurt me. Not going to hurt me. Do I really need it? Who knows? I drank a liter. Why do I have to drink all 2? Because he said so. That was the household. If I tried to rebel, I really don't want it, I'm not thirsty, you're going to drink that water. That's it. And it's all these tiny things that instill discipline in you. Over a long enough time frame, drink water. Yes, sir.
Bring that to compliance today, though. Bring that to compliance today. Say your dad is around today,
Yep.
and you're 12 years old,
Yep.
and you're living in Ohio,
Yep.
okay? And your dad is teaching you compliance.
Yep.
And your dad says, okay, so now teacher in school tells you what to do. He's right, he's this, he's that. What is the angle you're taking at that time?
Yeah, and that's another thing that's difficult, because back then it was much easier to say you shouldn't get in trouble at school.
Right.
Much easier. Than
Today
it
it's
is now.
kind of like a badge of honor almost.
Almost.
You stand up.
Almost. And it is hard. But my loyalty was always to my last name above anything else. It's just depends where your loyalty lies. I think that everyone, when we talk about, we can link back into religion and talk about atheists. I don't think there is such thing as an atheist nowadays. I think everyone has a religion. If you're not religious to God, you're religious to either this woke agenda, or you're religious to a political party, or you're religious to some kind of perversion. Everyone's religious to something. You have to decide what is you're most loyal to above everything. You have to put these things in hierarchy or order. In our last talk, I said this. A lot of people hold beliefs and they don't know where they got them from or why they hold them. There's people walking around who believe things and they don't know where it came from or why they so strongly believe it. They don't even have any personal experience to link it to. You truly believe 2 + 2 is 5. Why? Oh, because it just is, and the news. No. What happened to you that made you believe? Nothing's even happened to you, and you believe this with your complete core. You've been psyoped. I know where my loyalties lie. I've had them in order. I know who I put above others. I absolutely and utterly know. And sometimes in the most harsh situations on earth, there's going to be scenarios in life which are completely and utterly, they're unexpected and they're exceptionally rare, where you have to make very difficult choices. But I know my hierarchy. I know if I was in a position, a hypothetical, where I had to choose between my brother or my girl, there wouldn't be a, oops, what do I do? I know the choice.
It's never been the case between the two of you.
It's never been the case between us yet. But if it happened, I know it would be. I've had girls say, I've had girls try and give me the line. I've had girls do it. I've had girls say, if you're going to live with your brother, then it's going to be...
No, it's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, has a girl ever come in between you guys since you were kids? No, never.
It's impossible.
That's because of the value taught down.
Completely. It's absolutely impossible.
So the hierarchy of compliance and respect, at that time, last name was first.
Yeah.
What would it be today? If you're raising kids today, what is number one? Is it God?
It is
Is
God.
it me second, then who?
No, it is God. It's God first, and then it's the last name and the legacy of my teachings. I think it has to be God first. I think it has to be God first because God is the only thing that can resist this insanity.
Yep.
What is happening is truly evil. This is not some different worldview. No, it is evil because it is dishonest. Anything that is dishonest must be evil. It is a lie. All of it is a lie. It is constructed deliberately to be a lie. It's deliberately constructed to alter the minds of people to believe in lies. It is evil. So it has to be God first because God is truth. And I believe if I have children who put God first and then put respect for the last name and the things I've taught them second, it's very hard to corrupt them. How are you going to truly corrupt these people? It's going to be very difficult. And that's what I always try and do. And that's how I was raised. I was raised in a Christian family. I was actually raised religiously. Then I thought I was smart when I became atheistic. Because, yeah, there's a lot wrong with the world. And obviously, I've already apologized for that and understand I was completely wrong. But respect for my last name, even to this day, is still there. And that's why I say to my girlfriend, if we were walking down the street and 10 men approached with machetes, I'd just have to die. I can't be Andrew Tate ran away. I just can't. I can't be Andrew Tate ran away. I can't do it. That's the bottom line.
If you're living in this clan, right? You're living here, your family, Tristan's family. You're raising your family, Muslim, Islam.
Yep.
Your brother's still Christian.
Yep.
How's that going to work?
Well, there's one
If
God.
God's first.
There's one God. I truly believe there's different paths to God. I truly believe that. Like I said, I'm not a religious scholar, but it says in the Quran, people of the book. Even as a Muslim man, I'm allowed to marry a Christian woman. They are of the book. It's only atheists that the Quran has a problem with, because there's something morally corrupt with them. But if you're a person of the book, a person of faith, we're not even says inside the Quran we're not supposed to convert you or insult you. We're not here to insult you or correct you. There's one path, there's different paths to the one God. I truly believe that. And another thing I'll say about clan living, in my experience, I think that men quite often get along in those scenarios. If anyone is hearing the idea of this and love the idea of this, but they feel like it can be argumentative or to be polarized, I think that comes from the women. I think it's when women don't like each other, or the woman's in the man's ear. You're too rich with the guys. I think the women are more against it than the men for some reason. Unless you have a very strong frame in the relationship. I don't have that problem, but in general. The men get along. The men love them. I think it's quite firm and quite rigidly installed inside of the basic psyche of men. We like them. Men feel best in a gang, in a group. It's why we charge at the gunfire. When we're with our boys, it's when we feel strongest. It's why we go out and drink and party when you're with your guys. There's something inside of you just feel like on fire. I think men have that. A lot of the time it doesn't seem to work and it breaks down because women can be unhappy in certain scenarios. But this is why, especially in some ethnic communities where the gender roles are more specific and defined, where the man is in charge and the woman does this, they can all live together in peace. It's much easier for them. Like I said, I grew up in a town full of Muslims. They'd have 10 families in one house. Women cook, clean, look after the children, look after their man. The men all worked, made a bunch of money, a bunch of average-ass jobs, and they were all millionaires in 5 to 6 years.
So let me ask this other question while we're on this topic. That was a good question, by the way, Christian dynamic and Muslim dynamic. When you're saying there's a lot of ways to get there, you know, there's a religion called Baha'i. It's an element of Muslim. Mm-hmm. Baha'i is like how Mormonism to Christianity, and Baha'i believes there's 8 ways to go to heaven. That's the philosophy of Baha'i. My sister, her husband's family, they're all Baha'i, great people. But going back to this, okay, impact. Let's think impact. If a person's watching this content, most of the people that are watching this, a portion is going to be those that are haters, that just want to find, like, poke at the argument to find, you see, I told you, fine. But a lot of people that are also watching this, they're probably wanting to make impact. They want their life to have meaning behind it. That's who's watching this show today, right? Okay, so I can't be a president, but I want to make impact. I mean anybody that's watching this. Because Putin says 8 years, another guy comes, and the guy with the briefcase shows up. Okay, cool. Well, if you were in the States and you're saying president wouldn't be how to make an impact, well, let's say there is a kid who's 20 years old, 18 years old, 25 years old, has so much drive, it's unbelievable. Ambition at the highest level. Who do you think has the biggest influence to make positive change, like real change? Is it the person with the money? Is it the person with the biggest mic? Is it the person that goes into politics? What is the best way to have the biggest impact?
Yeah, so I think the world has always only ever been a battle for influence. Even if you look at the current battlefield, Ukraine is next door, it's 5 hours drive away. The battle in Ukraine is not just about tanks and trenches and grenades. It's a battle for influence. Who influences the people within this territory? Who is in charge of the thinking, the language, the mindset of people within this geographical area? Every single battle, every single pitched battle, every single argument, every single debate has always been a battle for influence. If you have influence, you're an extremely powerful person. All of us here are some of the most powerful people in the world. How many millions of people listen to us? We have massive influence. And I think you can have influence at the ground level. You don't have to be a famous podcaster or famously well-known to have influence. I would argue that those Romanian grandmas who gave me my food will remember me for the rest of their lives. I would like to believe I gave a positive influence and a positive impact on their lives for the rest of their life. I believe if you go through life and you're genuinely a good person, you try your best to be good to people, and you're honest, and you shake hands, and you don't lie, and you're on time, and you work hard, and you're good to everyone who's good to you, I think you'll have a massive influence. And I also believe, I truly believe that God is extremely giving. There's the saying, goes around, comes around. Completely true. But I would say it comes from God. God is keeping an eye on you, and he's paying attention to you, and he knows the kind of person you are and the kind of things you do. And I don't believe if you're actually genuinely a good person all of the time, that you're not going to get some goodwill back to you. Look at my scenario. If I was being a piece of shit for years with all these chicks, I'd be in jail. I'd be in jail. I could have never seen this coming. But the fact I was nice, paid their taxi home, bought them food, looked after them. Are you okay? I know we broke up. I'm sorry. I know it hurts. I just did it. I was nice about all of it. Here I am. I'm fine. So I could have never seen this Matrix attack coming. It's amazing how what goes around comes around. It's truly amazing. If you're good to people, if you're generous to people, if you're helpful to people, you'd be amazed how much influence you can build up. I say this to people all the time. I don't think if you're a hardworking person who's honest, who shakes hands, who tries to learn, who does what they're supposed to do, who has a good heart, that you're truly, really not going to be able to get what you want. I think the universe is absolutely and utterly giving. When I see somebody who says they want something and they don't have it, I don't even think they truly even want it. You can have anything you want. When a guy goes, I want a six-pack, then why ain't go? If you want it, you have it. You'd like it. There's a bunch of things I like that I don't have, but I don't want them. Everything I've ever wanted, I've got. I've never wanted something and not had it. We all know what we're talking about here. There's things we'd like. I'd like to be able to figure skate. Not enough to go learn to figure skate.
It's a weird look if you figure, although that other guy dancing like the way you dance is doing a pretty good job.
Bottom G. You've seen this guy?
He can figure skate.
That guy kills the dance moves.
Yeah, he's good. But
your doppelganger.
But if you truly want something, you're going to absolutely not have it. So when it comes down to influence, I think you start at the base level, at the grassroots level.
What if this guy's got, like, you know, for example, like, you know how when you were 20, were you this driven?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so when you're 20, who did you look at and say, I can do it as good as him, if not better?
My coach, because I wanted to fight, and he used to beat me badly. Everyone used to beat me up when I was young, and I wanted to be the best, so I used to go to the fight championship.
Okay, how about communication? Who'd you look at? Were you always a good communicator? I can see you being a great communicator since you were 14 years old. Am I pretty?
I was pretty good, yeah.
Okay, who did you look at and say, that guy's good, but I think I can, you know, do it better?
That's a good question. And I think that
you know what I'm asking.
I know what you're asking. I don't know if there's one particular person I took nuances from, because when you're a great communicator, you know how to be serious, and you know how to make people sad and angry, and you also know how to make people laugh. There's different people who can do lots of different things.
Who was that? Was it somebody that was multifaceted like that?
I think it was a lot of different people, and I also think that...
Did you pull from comedy as well, or no?
Certainly did, but I was also extremely self-critical. I think that's where a lot of it comes from. I'll watch this podcast back 15 times. I will notice every single time I made a mistake. Just then I said, I'll watch twice. That was a mistake. I will watch this back 15 times, and I'll identify every single error. I have an email list, and I sign up, and I get words of the day. I get 5 or 6 new words a day, which I try my very best to memorize. It's harder than you think to memorize 5 words a day. but I always try to make sure I have the most interesting vernacular I can possibly have, a wide vocabulary, so I can be very specific with my points. The reason I actually did that, I keep talking about my dad, but I'm his son. I have the same name, Emory Andrew Tate III. He was Emory Andrew Tate II. My father was a linguist for the CIA. He spoke Russian and German and Spanish and English. And I think I've told this before. Back then, when they needed someone who spoke Russian, they would take a Native American and teach them Russian. Nowadays, we have a bunch of Russian-speaking allies. You can go to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. They're all NATO and just get Russian. Back then, they taught my dad Russian. He held the Air Force record for the fastest assimilation of the foreign language. When he died, a guy sent me an email. Sent me a message saying, I don't know who I am, but I worked with your father in the Air Force. And he had the fastest assimilation of Russian in 2 weeks. Crazy. And I remember saying to my dad, will you teach me Russian? He said, boy, you don't even know English. I said, what do you mean? Because you don't even know English. And once he sat me down with a dictionary, I was like, you're right. I don't even know English. That's why I've lived in Romania 7 years. People say, why don't you speak Romanian? Because I don't know English yet. I need to finish the first job before I learn the second. I don't know English. There's a bunch of words I don't know. I can't speak how he spoke. So I don't have time for a second language. Yeah. Also, another thing I found really interesting, Putin speaks English. Have you ever heard him speak English? No. Because if you want to speak to Putin, you speak to him in his language. You speak to me in Russian. And I reply to you in Russian too. I cannot be misunderstood or misconstrued. I don't make a fool of myself. You can't get me on some vernacular trick. I speak my language, and I also prefer that also. I speak English, that's what I speak. If you want to speak to me, you speak to me in my language, so I will win the debate, always.
Who'd you look up to outside of your dad?
I look up to lots of people.
I'm talking specifically younger age, not today. I'm talking 16, 20, 25, that age. Not today.
It's a good question. Because I always believed in trying to take the best parts of individual people and then amalgamate them. And I know you want a name, and I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I would look at people who I didn't even respect, but they'd have one particular thing about them. I thought, that's good. It could be somebody I didn't even like, but dressed well. I think you just have to be perspicacious and look at people, and there's something you can learn from absolutely everybody. And just try and adapt it all. I'm not saying everybody should be clones of me. For everyone's individual, right? But there might be some things about me they find inspiring that they may adapt and take on board, and then they'll find some things from other people. But learning to speak is something I understood from a very young age how important that would be. That's a superpower.
Okay, so let me go back to the question I was asking, where I'm trying to go with this. So I asked the question, I said, imagine the 20-year-old that's watching this, that's saying, no, Tate, don't give me the answer for anybody can create, can't contribute to society. I'm not that guy. Talk to me like I'm one in a million. Talk to me like I'm one in. So if I'm willing to give 20 years, 30 years of my life to one way to go up to make true positive impact in America, my country, in the world, what should, don't talk to me like everybody else. Hold the standards. What should I do? What angle should I do?
Okay, so first things first, you need to be worthy of respect. And you're going to be worthy of respect through having things which are difficult to acquire. So first things first, the basic things, you need to be very focused on trying to make money, because people listen to you when you have money. They just do. Secondly, you need to be in fantastic physical condition, because when you're in fantastic physical condition, it cannot be bought. It must be earned, and people know that. When you're in, I don't know about you, if someone walked in to sell me something and they were obese, I would not trust them the same as if they were in fantastic physical shape. Because I'd say, I don't think you have dedication and heart. I don't think, there's something about you that I just wouldn't trust you the same. So fantastic physical condition and money is the first thing. The second thing, whatever your ideas are, you need to learn how to communicate them. Speaking is a superpower in and of itself. You need to become a fantastic communicator. You need to be comfortable in all realms of communication. You need to be persuasive. You need to be comfortable arguing. You need to be good at debate. There's a lot of people out there in the world who have ideas that they can't even project into somebody else's mind. How are you gonna rule the world with that? How are you gonna get your ideas out there and make an influence if you can't make other people understand exactly what you think? That's the first thing. Second thing, once they understand exactly what you think, you need to make them agree with what you think. These are two different skills. Must be practiced and must be learned. If you're 20 years old and you want to change the world, you need to be having endless debates. Endless. Without resorting to name calling, not on Twitter like a dummy, in person. And you need to come across in a way that people agree with you. We can go back quickly and talk about the red pill. The difference between me, when I talk to girls on these panel shows, and every other guy when they talk to girls on these panel shows is, when I'm done, all the girls want me. Watch them. Watch the shows. I say the same thing, and by the end, the chicks are in love with me, as opposed to saying the same thing and the chicks thinking I'm a dickhead. That's the difference. I project my ideas and I make them agree with my ideas to a point where they're like, texting me afterwards. I'm not saying anything different. It's how I'm communicating it. You can catch more flies with honey than hurting people sometimes. So you need to be good at everything. You need to have a Swiss Army knife of tools. I know when to be intimidating or aggressive. I know when to come across as obtuse. I know when to come across as exceptionally open-minded and easy to understand. I know when to come across as understanding. I know all these things. This all has to be practiced. And a lot of it is, communication. I would say, if you're going to say to a 20-year-old who's truly exceptionally driven, I'd say you need to become a master communicator. Because once you can do that, you can do anything. And that fixes all the other problems, right? You talk about making money. If you're a master communicator, you do fantastic in sales. You'll kill sales. You'll absolutely destroy sales if you're a master communicator. Not many people know this, but I used to sell windows. You know the old school knock on the door? Window sales. I did window sales for 2 or 3 years, and I'd say this is one of the hardest jobs you can possibly do. And I would always recommend a young man that he has some time to waste to go sell windows. And the reason, it's fantastic, because I'll tell you why. It's the hardest one to sell because 1, nobody wants them. 2, they don't know who you are. And 3, even if you convince them that they need windows, after them not knowing who you are, then they go to all your competitors and then it becomes a price war. It's a nightmare. It's the hardest sales job. If you're selling a Lambo, at least they want the Lambo, right? Nobody wants glass and plastic. They already have windows. So you gotta find a way to sell them these windows. How do you do that? And that's where all this master communication comes in. And it's so many subtle little things. Being a good salesman is not necessarily being a liar. It's not being a trickster. It's just understanding what's gonna make the person believe and understand what you say. If I walked in and said, would you like new windows? And they essentially said, no, we don't need new windows. Our windows look fine. I would say, but what about the security aspect? While looking at their 3-year-old child. And they'd sit there and go, oh, what do you mean security aspect? And then I talk about how we had the lock 5000, and their locks are easy to break. As if glass is glass, so to say. And you end up selling the windows. You have to find the triggers in people. There's another thing people don't understand about me and my message. Sometimes I sit here and I say things that piss people off because that's how you trigger people to make action. I have often written emails or done videos, especially to men when I want to help men, to piss them off. You're a loser. You're a dumbass. Andrew, why do you mean? Because you're not going to go to the gym unless I tell you you're a fucking loser. And you are a loser, and I'm not lying to you. You are a loser. The emotional trigger you need to get up off that chair is the fact that you're not important, nobody cares who you are, any girl you're ever in love with I could take, and you're insignificant. And when you die, nobody's interested. That's your fault. You could have been something else. You did that. You failed. It has to be done. You have to be a master communicator. And sometimes that involves also insulting people. It's all a massive tapestry. But to answer your question, for the 20-year-old, he needs to become a master at communicating. But also to be a master at communicating, you also need experiences worth talking about. You have to live a life. You need a degree of wisdom. And wisdom doesn't always come with age. It comes with life lived. I had a guy message me. This is a long time ago when I used to reply to my own emails. Too big now. But he said, I don't have any stories. My life's boring. I said, bro, where do you live? He said, Madrid. I said, bro, ride the train from Madrid to St. Petersburg. Ride the train from Madrid to Vladivostok. Do the Trans-Siberian Railway. Costs you like $300. He goes, oh, but what if I get robbed? Exactly! That's exactly the point! What if you get robbed? Now you have a story. Maybe you'll die, maybe you won't. But you have a story. Don't bring your watch. Have you got a Rolex? No. No one wants to rob you anyway. Don't worry about it. You're a brokey. Get on the train. There has to be that degree of risk to even have a story, because when you have a story, then you can communicate the story. You can't be an empty vessel either. So when you say you're telling me how I build this 20-year-old into a super soldier, yeah, he has to be a master communicator, but he also has to do things which are risky. Risk has value intrinsically linked to it, intrinsically. This is why people, when you do risky things, people want to hear the story. Your coolest stories involve risk. Something went wrong, this could have happened, I almost this, I made it out. Without these risks, you haven't got it. So I would say to the 20-year-old, do what I did. Get in the cage. Get in the ring. Knock someone out. Get knocked out. Train hard. Fighting will teach you everything you need to know about life. You'll learn everything about who you truly are. You'll learn if you're a coward or not. You'll learn everything about perseverance and hard work and dedication. Everything about being underappreciated. You learn everything about fear. You learn all of it. You learn everything about people. You win a fight, check your phone. Lose a fight, check your phone. You learn all about people. You learn all about them. You learn all about women. I learned so much about women through fighting. When I had a fight coming up and I was weight drained and I had barely eaten in weeks and I'd lost all this weight and I had a world title fight and I'm fighting a guy who might kill me and she's complaining about the toilet seat. I learned all about women. You learn a lot about life through these difficult processes and paths. And there used to be for men like a rite of passage. In most societies, you had to go through something to become a man, from a boy to a man. But that thing was always difficult. It's always been difficult. Now you have to self-induce it, self-inflict it. But if you're going to be a boy and never bring on that self-inflicted rite of passage, how are you going to ever become a man?
It's great feedback.
Let me ask a question about this. I love what you said, especially, number one, you're a wordsmith, you're a linguist, no doubt. I mean,
I don't know English yet, bro.
Yeah,
I'm practicing.
You're still working on
I'm
your
practicing.
English. You know, you've got the kickboxing belts all up over here. I would argue, I've never seen you fight, but I would argue that your linguistic skills are better than your fighting skills. I'll let you judge
I'll
that.
take that.
I totally agree with you. The way that you speak to a man is way different than the way you talk to a woman.
Yeah.
You can tell a guy, you're a loser, get your fat ass in the gym, and a guy would be receptive to that. So I can't tell you how many men come up to Pat, dude, what was Andrew Tate like? What was Tate like? Tell me about Tate. Tell me a Tate story. Dude, that guy's so cool. He's such a badass.
Connect is an application which allows you to take a minute to connect with influencers from all around the world. My name is Andrew Tate, and I'm available to speak directly to you on Connect.
I'm no longer interested in just random chicks. I want a woman who I know would wait for me if I did 10 years. That's what I want. That's what I find interesting. That's what I'm in love with now. I can't be in love with a random chick. Also, once you get to a certain level of fame and influence, you're no longer winning the exchange. I feel like a lot of men like going out there and pulling girls because they feel like they won. Haha, look at this hot girl I got. Because if I go to the club and get a hot girl, oh, okay. Me, the famous millionaire, the most Googled man on earth, got a hot chick. Who really won? Who pulled it off? She did. She'll brag, or rat, or kiss and tell, or ask for handbag. Like what did I win? Sex? Who cares? It's uninteresting to me. I don't want a child with her. I don't want a family with her. I don't want a future with her. So why do I even want her at all? I'm really beyond all of that stuff. So now, it's kind of funny. In jail, I got thousands of love letters from women. Thousands. I got thousands of love letters from women in jail.
Did you read them all?
I read every single one.
I mean, you have time, but you went through all of them.
All of them.
Got it.
Thousands of love letters.
Craziest letter you got? What's the craziest letter you got?
A lot of poems. One had drops of blood on it. She did a little cut. Lots and lots of love letters. Lots just saying that I'm the last man. They've been in love with me. They watch all my podcasts, and they were with. One of them said she was with her ex-boyfriend. He started watching me. Then she started watching me. Then she wanted me, not him, and got rid of him, and all this craziness. But I didn't trust any of it. Is it real? Is it an agent? Is it a psyop? Who's she? Is she crazy? What if I sleep with her and she says I did something to her? What if 13 years later she contacts the BBC? Garbage.
That would never happen.
I don't talk to any new chicks. Same as I don't have any new friends. I don't talk to any new chicks. No new girls.
That's what I thought.
Zero.
So let me ask you, the idea of going through a lot of girls when you're younger, do you think a man needs to go through that, or do you think that is a form of a weakness that holds you, that you're a slave to it?
Right. So that's a good question, and it's a fine line because there's arguments on both sides. However, I think in all scenarios in life, experience is always going to be valuable. No matter what it is, you need to have experience. If you're inexperienced to anything, whether it's hunting, figure skating, girls, you're going to suffer.
You pointed at him. You're saying, like, insinuating.
Sorry, I know. He told me figure skating, and we made fun of it earlier. But
that was technically Patrick.
Oh, sorry.
We're talking
figure
about
skating. You need experience, and experience is exceptionally important. Also, as a man, especially when you're young, you're going to get your heart broken a bunch of times. Some bigger, older, richer dude's going to take that chick. And you need to get used to that pain.
So
you need to get through it. So I do think it's a necessary part of being a man, but you don't want to be led by it. There has to become a point where you go, you know what, I'm versed enough. And also, another thing I would like to say is the reason you need to but date lots of women when you're younger, so you have choices.
Define the two.
Yeah.
Which is more important, date or sleep, in your eyes?
I feel like you don't really. I think that sleeping with a woman, you learn more about them as a closer relationship. So I'd say probably sleep with X amount, not crazy amounts, but I would say that. Okay, let me give an example. If I go to the supermarket and pick up an apple, and it's the only apple I've ever eaten, can I really say if it's a good apple or a bad apple? It's the only apple I've ever tasted. It might be sour, it might be terrible, I don't know. Whereas if I try 10 apples, I can tell the differences between apples. I say, what's a good apple, what's a bad apple? I think you need that degree of experience, because sometimes you'll be with a woman and go, yeah, she's great, but if you're not experienced enough, you realize she really isn't all that great, and she actually treats you like a dickhead. Whereas if you've been with enough women, you can always reference back to that girl who actually was really good to you. And you'll probably mess it up because you're young and you're dumb. We've all done it. All of us have that girl we had who was perfect when we were young, and we all ruined it because we're stupid.
Who was that person for you?
Can't say names.
But no, not names. I'm not asking for names. But I have mine as well.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I feel like when I watch you and you're going through your for example, so I don't know what kind of movies you like,
Yep.
but there's movies where it's redemption or vengeance. Like, I don't know if you watch Gladiator, 43rd minute, he walks up to the house, sees his wife, sees his kids, it's like, oh my God, I'm gonna tear you apart, right? And you watch that over and over again, or Taken, or Man on Fire, or some of these movies that are just putting that energy in you, right? So, girl that breaks your heart, and to produce the energy to say, watch who I'm gonna be in life. For the rest of your life, you're gonna brag about the fact that you could have had me, right?
Yep.
And then comes to a point where you're like, okay, there's not much more I can do. She's already knows what she missed out on. Now what? But for me, go back to you. I'm curious. How bad of a breakup was it? How bad did she break your heart?
Yeah, I
I
think,
know you're
Yeah,
you know,
I think lots of men have gone through heartbreak. A lot of men have, and I wouldn't say that I've gone through any heartbreak which is particularly worse than any other guy. What I will say is that I think heartbreak is the most fantastic motivator on the planet. When a lot of men message me and say they're heartbroken, I think that is the most fantastic mindset to be in to achieve things. Because there is that degree of revenge, and there is that degree of vengeance, and that can only be achieved through being so successful, so monumentally important that she can't forgive you. And also, you cannot even sleep, you can't even concentrate, like your whole mind's a mess. That's the perfect time to train. I know what you're saying. I don't think I've been through a particularly bad heartbreak, but I'm saying that.
who did she leave you for? Did she leave you for somebody where?
No, I don't think I've had a particularly bad heartbreak. I only mention heartbreak all the time because I know it's a path every single young man goes through.
I also think you're not the type of guy that would ever give credit to that person, if there was one. So I don't see you saying that, because it is a form of a victory over Top G, which that's not going to happen.
Well, that's part of it, but then let's analyze now, right? There's no girl who I've ever been with in my life who can now turn on the internet without seeing my face.
Sure.
Isn't that beautiful? They have to all lie to their man and pretend they don't know me.
I don't know him.
Because if they go, I was with him for a few years, their whole relationship will probably break down, because then he's gonna get pissed off and insecure. So that to a degree is a victory. That's kind of fun. But no, I didn't have any. The reason I say heartbreak is because in the modern world, I don't think things were as bad when I was younger. I think women were more pure when I was younger. Even in these, when I was 20, it's only 16 short years. I think women were actually a lot purer before OnlyFans, before Instagram. The sexual marketplace wasn't globalized.
Yeah.
When I was 20, if there was a hot girl in the small town, she was the hot girl in the small town. Now, if she's the hot girl in the small town, she's also in Dubai and Courchevel, and the whole world's globalized. The competition's globalized. Everything's changed. I didn't have a particularly hard time. The reason I say heartbreak is because 80% of the emails I get from men are about heartbreak. I think that most men, especially young men in the world today, are getting their hearts broken. And when you're saying who they're leaving for the millionaire who hits them up on Instagram. It's hard.
Is that what happened to you?
That's not what happened to me. No.
Okay, got
But I'm talking about the emails I get. You're a guy, you're in Nebraska, your high school sweetheart, she's a 10, everything's fine. She's in Courchevel with a millionaire. Instagram. You had an argument one day. Boom.
I'm trying to target you purely for one reason.
Yep.
Because a big part of my drive, I've had drive always. I was a dreamer. I was the guy that was, but at the same time, the drive for success came after a lot of pain.
Of course.
Coming right afterwards. So that's why I'm asking you a question. So when that happened to you, did you fear risk of loving somebody? Where it's kind of like, I'll get this close, but boom, I got to move on. No, I got to move on. Did that happen or no?
No, I wouldn't say that particularly happened. What did happen though, like I said earlier, is when you have experience with lots of different apples, you know what a good one and a bad one is. So when we say we all had that girl we messed up when we were young, if I found another girl with those qualities, I certainly wouldn't mess it up. You need experience to understand what you have to value it. If you don't have experience, you don't value what you have. So the original question is a really good one of whether men are chained and enslaved by their desires, or whether they need to sleep with lots of women. I think in the modern world you need experience, and you need choices, and you need options. But if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If you're going to be the guy who's also out there in the club and sleeping with lots of girls, talking to lots of girls, there's going to be times you lose a girl that you don't want to lose. You can't be a coward about it. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. There's up and down, there's rain and sunshine. You have to be that man who's going to go through it all. And then when you've been through enough of it, like I have, like I said, if I find a beautiful girl now who's a 10 and deletes and doesn't want Instagram, that's worth more to me than 1,000 students. Yeah, that's who I want.
I got you.
For my safety, for my security, for my peace of mind, for everything.
You're clear on what you want today.
Absolutely, because I know.
When you played, you said there was a phase of my life that I kind of went through it. Okay. Was that after the heartbreak?
I would say, yeah, it was after, but I think that was just good. I don't know if that was deliberately driven by heartbreak. I think I was just younger and I had less serious motivations. And I was less, and I wasn't as famous, and I wasn't as rich, and I was less interested in. So, it's not just my current situation that makes me say this. I would say this to any man. If your woman wouldn't wait for you if you went to jail for 5 years, why are you with her? Why? If she wouldn't wait, I know she's hot, I know she's funny, I know she makes you laugh, but if you can't sit in that jail cell with 100% certainty that she's not out with her friends, them in her ear, talking shit, watching Sex and the City, whatever it is, and her ending up with some other guy, why are you even buying her dinner? For what, sex? Like, that loyalty to me is the only thing left that's valuable. When I'm interested, we're in jail. We're sitting there saying we have so much better than most guys. Because most guys in jail, imagine you're a normal person, you go to jail. Who's feeding your family? Who's paying the rent? Who's feeding your kids? I said, Tristan, we're in jail and we're suffering, but everybody we love is good. I'm a man, I'm supposed to suffer. I'll sit here with the cockroaches. If that means all my kids eat, everyone I care about eats, my mother's fed, my mother has a house, a roof over her head, everybody has everything they want. Only person suffering is me. I'll take that all day. Most men who go to jail can't say that. Another thing that gave me absolute peace of mind is the women who love me are waiting for me. Imagine you go to jail and you're completely heads over heels in love with a woman, but you know deep in your heart that she's out in the club and she's stealable. We talk about thoughts you can't get out of your head in jail. It's amazing how when you lose all access to electronics, how thoughts are amplified. Most of us sitting here, you've never been without a phone or without a laptop or without a computer for 93 days. You'd be amazed how loud you can think. You'd be amazed how vivid your mind is. I learned that. If you had the nagging thought in your head, I loved her, she cheated on me before, maybe she cheated again, she hasn't written me in 3 days, and then plus jail. That's why they're all crying. That's why all the men in there were sobbing. Their wives are either fucking someone else or the bills ain't paid. It's not just his situation, it's everything else. So now if you're gonna say to me, what do I respect in a woman? I respect a woman who's gonna wait for me. I have no interest in a woman, oh, she's funny, she's cool, she's hot. Don't care. Don't care. Is she going to wait for me? And I also know, because of my experience, which ones would and which ones wouldn't. I'm not stupid. Because they'll all say they would. They'll all say they'll wait, because they're on the jet. But I know which ones are lying. Because enough women have lied to me. I've seen it. So you do need that experience, but once you have the experience, you start looking for completely other things.
Quick story to almost validate your point about experience. And I like the direction Pat was going with this about if you want relationships or sex with a woman. Quick anecdote. Your friend Myron, Fresh and Fit, we just did a big live event 3 days ago. It was myself, Myron, Fresh, we're sitting on a panel, 20 women. And he goes, watch this. Masterclass, Andrew, masterclass. He asked all the women on the panel, average 25-year-old woman, you tell me the amount of sexual partners she's had. What's the body count? And these women give a wide range of, 3, 10, 15, 20. One girl said 100. Numbers were crazy. Goes down the list. Ask all the, okay, great. Ladies, show of hands. How many of you want a man with more sexual experience than yourself? Every single girl put their hand up and they said, yeah, I want a man with more experience than myself. And the reason this came about was because Ben Shapiro reacted to a video of me questioning Myron. All right, when should a man get married? And he basically gave a checklist. You need to make $100 grand a year, you need to have slept with 50 women, you need to have 6 to 12 months of savings, a checklist. And Ben Shapiro was like, that's disgusting. This is a guy that married the first person that he had sex with. And it was incredible to see every woman validate everything that Myron was saying, everything that you were saying about experience.
Oh, women respect experience. In fact, I saw on a TV show, and this was like 10 years ago, and I have no idea what the show was, but it was a show about, it was on Channel 4 in the UK, and it was a show about sex, and 85% of virgin women would rather sleep with a man who'd already had sex than a virgin man. A virgin woman doesn't even want a man with the same level of experience. You're respected for your level of sexual experience. And women are naturally demonized for their level of sexual experience. And even the ones in the West who pretend that's not true, the ones who are fully psyoped, wait till they see a girl they don't like. What's the first thing they call her?
She's a hoe.
Whore, slut. First insult out their mouth is she's promiscuous. So they know deep in their heart promiscuity is bad because they call each other promiscuous when they want to insult each other. So yeah, you absolutely need that experience to make sure you don't get wrecked in psyop. But now, just in my current dating life, and it's good that this is on this podcast, so the girls can still email me. It's nice to read, but sorry, I don't trust any of you. I don't trust any of you. I don't trust anybody new. I have no new friends, no new girlfriends. Absolutely no. I'm not interested in any of it because the things I value now are not the things I valued when I was younger. My life is very, very different, but I'm glad I had that experience now so I can see who is lying and who isn't. I can tell. I can just instantly tell if they would lie or not.
So let me kind of get to the point of what I was trying to say. I'm kind of more on your side. I don't have a Ben Shapiro story. But I think what happens is there's also risk for men to fear because that could happen to me, so therefore I will never risk getting into a relationship because of X, Y, Z. So Chelsea Handler, he brings her up, right? Our initial reaction was, look at her, she's doing this, she's doing that. So let me look up what her life was like. I mean, Mario Aguilar says, hey Pat, did you know her life? I said, I have no idea what her life was. So she's 9 years old, her brother at 22, who was her hero, her first love, her first, like her second father, loves him. He's going mountain climbing. He says, Chelsea, can't wait to come back and see you. Great, goes mountain climbing, falls, dies. She's 9. Yeah. She comes back, she says, the most painful time of my life, right? So then, when she needs her father to be there for her, he's gone. He's devastated. They have 6 kids, I believe. Mom and dad were still together. So they're married, and they were doing okay, car salesman, making money. And then she says, till today, I may be successful, and she puts the act in the book. I'm still in a lot of pain. She was being interviewed by Howard Stern. Got emotional talking about this. Okay. So we can sit there and laugh about it, but for men, similar thing happens as well. Well, a girl broke my heart. Dude, I will never, ever give this risk to that. I think there's also, as influencers, we have to also make sure that men know, look, just look at the stuff that you did wrong.
Completely.
Look at the stuff on how you repositioned yourself in the wrong way, right off the bat, being too much of a this, that. Now, just when you go in, like the way you said, I love when you said, what are you doing watching this show? We don't watch this in this house. Yeah. We watch this. Now impose and earn the respect to be able to impose your beliefs in a way where you can coach and lead.
You nailed it, because what did I say earlier about this podcast? How many times I'm going to watch it back?
15 times.
Yeah, because I live in experience, and I analyze the experience, and I draw every lesson from that experience. If you're a man who has a heart broken, a lot of them are so stupid that they may revert to the mindset that you've said. They may say, oh, I don't want to have my heart broken again, but they haven't sat there and said, why did this happen? You have to know the why to prevent it from happening. You have to analyze the scenario and learn from it. One thing I'll say about women that's fantastic, one of the best things women are best at is they're a fantastic mirror. Women are a reflection. If you have any weakness inside of you, or if you have any downfalls as a person, a woman's going to show you who they are. If you're too emotional, if you're too easy to get angry, she'll teach you. She'll teach you that you can get angry too fast. Piss her off. If your dick's small, she'll tell you. She'll tell you exactly what is wrong with you when she is mad. She'll sit there and say, you got a short leg and your haircut's shit. Get a new haircut. I hate your ugly ass. They'll tell you exactly what is wrong with you. When you look at your bad or your previous relationships with women that went wrong, you can sit there and go, okay, this all went wrong. What has she taught me? She taught me that I'm emotionally affectable. She taught me that if she ignores me, she gets more attention than if she's nice to me. She taught me, you have to sit there and analyze all the lessons and you have to implement them. It's the same with absolutely everything. But women are a fantastic mirror. A lot of these guys who resort to that are men who don't have the self-reflection to sit and say, okay, why did this happen? As a man, you have to be accountable for absolutely everything. Every single thing that happens is your fault. I didn't go to jail because of Romania. When I was in jail, it was my fault. Even though I don't believe it was just, even though I do not believe it was fair, even though I know I am innocent, it is my fault. Because I didn't have to become so influential. I did it. But it's also my fault when I'm on the jet and living my perfect life. I did that. I did the good, I did the bad. You made her leave me. You did. Whether you like it or not, you are the reason she became so cold. You are the reason she doesn't listen anymore. You are the reason she's so arrogant all of a sudden. You are. You may not have identified why yet, but if you identify why, then you get into your next relationship healed and understanding what you did wrong and learn from it. That's what you have to do. But most of these men don't want the self-accountability.
I love that.
And they want to blame the women.
Yep.
You have to blame yourself. I know exactly now how to keep a woman happy. So I ain't got nothing to worry about. I've learned my lessons. I know exactly how to keep a woman happy. I know when to set a boundary, when to be nice. I know exactly what to do because I've self-analyzed. A lot of these red pill guys, they want to do exactly like you said, just run around and just bang chicks because they've never looked in the mirror and go, why do these chicks not want to just love me? Why am I a fuck up? You're not perfect. God is perfect. Nobody is perfect. You have to analyze yourself. If you fix those problems, I'll give you an example. Even when I first started getting rich, I never worried about gold diggers because I can't be gold dug. But I was always a bit like weird about if a woman wants something expensive, that I was always a bit like, not because I'm tight, but just like, oh, we haven't been together that long. Why does she want such an expensive bag? Da, da, da. And over time I learned they don't want the expensive bag because it's an expensive bag. It's because my life is now so expensive and so grand. When I'm doing hyper expensive things, if I buy a $5 million car, I look like a dummy if I won't buy a $500 bag. I look frugal, and frugality is a form of fear, and it looks fearful. I could say no to a $500 bag when I had no money to the exact same girl, but when you have a certain amount of money, it's not that they're gold digging you, it's just that to you it's nothing, and there's a degree of gesture to it. And I also learned over time that, you know, the best way to get new beautiful women is for them to see your ex and how well she was treated. They love that shit. They love it. When they see all your ex, because women will do that. Women stalk me. When I had Instagram, they'd stalk me. And they'd see the lifestyle my girl lived. And as soon as I was single, they were like, hey, woo, they want to turn. So I was like, you know, I actually get a larger ROI just being Mr. Nice. Cool. It's also helped me in my current situation. I've never been mean to anybody. Police call him, no, he was nice to me, bye. There's a lot you learn, but you have to self-reflect and learn and pay attention to the mirror. These men who are afraid of commitment are not blaming themselves like they should. Because I actually truly believe, and this is never going to be making the Sultanistic supercut that you can see, I actually truly believe that women in their hearts, unless they're completely corrupted by society, women just want to love and be loved and feel safe. That's what they want. They want a man that they can look at and they truly know he makes the decisions and I trust him to make the decisions, and I love him for that, and I respect him for that. That's what they truly want. When a woman starts turning on you, it's usually because she doesn't trust you for some reason. She doesn't trust your judgment. And that's not always cheating, it can be other things. Doesn't trust your judgment as a whole, right? If she starts to doubt your judgment, how can she truly love you? You're the protector, you're the provider. So if a woman's gone cold on you, you have to sit there and go, okay, she doesn't trust my judgment. She doesn't trust my judgment. Yep. What have I done that made her doubt me? Did I get my 6th booster injection like a dummy? No wonder she doesn't want dick. Because I keep injecting myself with poison because I'm an idiot. It's not her fault. It's your fault. Every single time a woman leaves you as a man, it is your fault. Always. Even if a richer, more successful, more alpha man stole her from you, it's still your fault because you need to be like him. It's always 100% your fault. These men don't take accountability. It's 100% their fault.
I got one last topic, unless if you got a follow-up.
No, keep going.
Okay, so last topic here. Phenomenal way to finish that up, because I think sometimes the messaging from that community is, yeah, no, it's just everybody's this versus no, you got to take some accountability.
Sorry, before you go on, but that's a fantastic point, because people say to me, can you turn a hoe into a housewife? And I say, listen, I wouldn't want to, but I bet I fucking could. There ain't a woman alive who's gonna cheat on me. With who? With who? With who? Who's she gonna cheat on me with? Look at the guy in Starbucks? Mr. KFC? No. She's with the top G. She's got all the clout. She's with the boss. She's in the 5-star of the Italian Alps. She's on the Gulf Stream. She's in the Bugatti. Everyone's jealous of her. Who the fuck is she gonna cheat with? Nobody. There's not a girl alive I couldn't get loyalty from. Now, would I ever want to do it? Probably not. I like the idea of exclusivity. But once you get to a certain level, yeah. If you're that guy, you're that guy.
Let me ask you a question. There's somebody that's single right now. You think you can turn her into being exclusive to you? Her name is Kim Kardashian. How about I mean, she's watching. You know,
I wouldn't do that to Yeezy. I wouldn't do it to her. Wouldn't do it to him.
Okay.
I'm
He's
sorry.
married now.
No, but you know what? This is actually another
But by the way, I love what you just said right now.
But I wouldn't.
I love what you just said right now. We were having a conversation the other day about the relationship with men, how it's supposed to be the men relationship. Just the fact, like I had a friend of mine, her ex, dropped it gorgeous. Like when I tell you dropped it, I mean dropped it gorgeous. And everybody loved her. And I could look at her and say, you're dying. Her and her boyfriend broke up. By the way, I love what you just said right now.
But I wouldn't.
I love what you just said right now. We were having a conversation the other day about the relationship with men, how it's supposed to be the men relationship. Just the fact, like I had a friend of mine, her ex, dropped it gorgeous. Like when I tell you dropped it, I mean dropped it gorgeous. And everybody loved her. And I could look at her and say, you're dying. Her and her boyfriend broke up. 3 years they were together. I get out, all she wants to do is talk to me. We're hanging out, hey, how about this, how about that? I said, listen, there's no way you and I could ever get together. No way, because you dated the guy that was my best friend. I like you a lot, you're beautiful, you're gonna find somebody, it's just not gonna be. And she went a different direction. But that right there is the values that must be taught. 100%. Because I think the same way we have to teach the values of what it is to be running mates. Men, hey man, if you're in my circle, that's the expectation. But it's the same way that you have to also, lead your women to say, if this is gonna be a relationship, here's the standard as well.
100%. And you know what, maybe I'm getting a little bit sentimental in my old age.
Here we go.
But I am. Let's say I meet a girl, right? And she's 23, 24, and she's been with a guy for 6 or 7 years, and he loves her with all his heart, and she's talking to me. Part of me feels bad. I'm like, this is just like shooting fish in a barrel. This isn't even fair. This guy's gonna be heartbroken, man. He's gonna be devastated when he realizes she's
Your turn to bat.
It's gonna 5
hurt
seconds
remaining.
He's gonna know there is no chance at all. No matter what he types in that text, it's done. And I actually feel bad. And I'll say to chicks, you know what? If you break up with him properly, leave it a while. I'm getting to that point now where I'm like, not while you're still kind of talking to him. No. I feel bad. It's too easy. I feel bad. So when I say I wouldn't do it to Kanye, I actually mean that. Pussy is not worth me, her. I don't even know him. But just like he loved her a lot, I feel bad. I just couldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. I can't
Showing the soft side, Tate.
I just wouldn't do it. But it's also an interesting point you say about friends. That's super interesting.
10
I could leave
seconds
any of my
remaining.
girls with my friends for 20 years in a jail cell, and they would never touch her. I know
5
it.
seconds
I know it.
remaining.
And I do believe that birds of a feather flock together. And when I've had a lot of guys email me as well, and they say, hey man, my friend slept with my girlfriend. I don't know what to do about it. And I will say, that's because you're a bitch. You're a bitch. And I'll tell you why you're a bitch, because you're rolling with bitches, which means you must be one. Because I'll tell you what, none of my friends, nobody on my team would ever do that to me, ever. If me and my girl split up, she is gone, she is done. They would never touch her in a million years, because that's the quality of man I roll with, because that's the quality of man I am. You become a better man, you'll get better friends, and this shit won't happen to you. If your own friends are snaking you for pussy, you're probably the kind of guy who snakes your own friends for pussy. So I blame you. It's your fault.
I saw a clip the other day. You know who Shannon Sharp is? Shannon Sharp.
Prepare for
I saw a
battle.
clip from Shannon Sharp the other day. He said he found the love of his life. She was married. He paid for her to get a
Bring the
divorce
sword to the
from
line.
him because he knew that was his. That's such a weird angle. I don't know if you heard
30
what I just
seconds
said.
to battle.
So you're married. Oh, you're mine. I'm gonna pay you to go divorce your guy to be with me. What do you think is going to happen later on to you when another opportunity arises? But again, social media is so open with influence that a boy or a man at the wrong time can see a message like that, thinking that's what it is to be a man. And as a person that's got a lot of influence, some of these things need to be unpacked. Let's go to the last message here. So Mel Gibson
The battle
just recently
begins.
announced that he's doing a 4-part documentary on the $32 billion pedophilia business. I don't know if you saw this or not.
I did, yeah.
This just came out yesterday. And we talked about BBC earlier, and BBC and Philip Schofield and ITV and all these guys. And they had another guy back in the days, Jimmy Savile, who there's a documentary on him. That guy's darker than a lot of these guys. And they knew and they kept him for a long time. And stories have been out there. Woody Allen, we talked about Woody Allen, we talked about a lot of different guys. And Woody Allen married the stepdaughter when she was 5, 6, 7 years old. Ends up marrying her. Hey, he's one of the greatest such and such of all time. And that whole industry of what it's doing. Some will say, well, it's not really as real as people think it is. Some will say it is. Some will say, well, this whole movement is because of that, LGBTQ. That's taking place with kids, and it's a next step of what we're going through next. What are your thoughts with the topic of pedophilia?
Yeah, okay. Firstly, I would never kill myself. That's the first thing. Jesus. Right.
I'm giving you an easy question. It's a soft topic. It's not like
No, but it's true. But final line of morality they're trying to pierce. Like I said, I have no problem with gay people, and then we talked about LGBTQ and how they're trying to mix it all together and take people who are on the extreme end of the spectrum with people who live fairly normal lives. You can be a gay person. This is another thing I want to make clear. You can be a gay person and live a normal life. You can also be a gay person and be a degenerate. Deciding to get naked is has nothing to do with sexual. That's just the fact of it. It doesn't matter if you see the man. The fact that you want to go and walk around naked with a kid is degenerate. Regardless of sexual orientation, it has nothing to do with it. It's only accepted if you're homosexual. If you're heterosexual, it's a crime. For some reason, homosexual is not a crime, but it's the same act. It's the final line. The final line is children. It's the final line of sexual morality they're trying to attack. They've attacked every other line. It's the final line they're trying to pierce. And I think a lot of this pedophilia comes down to, I think a lot of it comes down to control. So, yeah, what Mel Gibson's doing is super interesting. It's super interesting. He's attacking the most liberal establishment. Super interesting.
Don't lust it, please.
Which is obviously the heart of the liberal propaganda machine. And he's saying they're the worst people on earth. And I sit and say, well, if you take these people outside of Hollywood, would they matter? This is a really interesting point. You can actually apply this to nearly any job. If you took you away from your sales job, or took me away from or you away from let's say you had a specific company, you would still be a good communicator. You'd still know how to speak. You'd still have charisma. You'd still be a man of status. You'd still know how to walk. You still have a presence. You still know how to behave, right? There are certain people in certain establishments where if you strip them of their title, they're nothing. Yeah. If you took Harvey Weinstein away, Weinstein, the other away from Hollywood, he's just a fat, ugly dork. That's all he is. He's only something because of Hollywood. Outside of that, he's nothing. These are the people who end up using their influence in whatever sphere they're in to do negative things. Because outside of that,
no, don't last it. I told you.
I was in Hollywood, a real man. I wouldn't have to use Hollywood to get girls. I'm fine. I think a lot of this stuff is done. I think a lot of these people not very good or very impressive people. Oh yeah, you may be a big shot in Hollywood. Delete that from your resume. Who are you? Oh,
sir, you brain dead.
Sit down and talk to me.
Don't stop hitting creeps, no.
No shit. You made it to the top of Hollywood by what? Who even knows how you talk? Which way? You got there through whatever. So I think that's what a lot of this stuff is. And going back to what we've been saying so far. Andrew, how do you solve pedophilia? I think if a man has a healthy sexual relationship with women and has options and feels respected by women and enjoys the company of women and women like him and admire him and look up to him, he will have no desire to go down the route of sexual perversion and chase children. I don't think he ever would. Why would he? Right? What my cousin said was only a joke. But sometimes there's a degree of truth in the humor. He's a young, good-looking black guy on the football team. He gets girls. Why would he do this dumb shit? When you see some fat, overweight video game user, they're the ones on the TV doing it. So, once again, like nearly any problem on Earth, whether it's women's mental health, whether it's female, whether no matter what it is, whether it's crime, no matter what it is, how do you fix the problem? By building men of caliber, by building men of capability and status and honor and dignity, and by building men of ability to be good, standing citizens who are respected by their peers. All of it comes back to improving men. All of it. Every single problem you can possibly name, even pedophilia, comes back to building strong men of capability who are respected. That's all at the baseline of humanity. Men always has been the baseline of humanity. And that's why nearly every problem we can name, whether it's pedophilia, whether it's anything else, school shooting, whatever, all of them are in a direct negative correlation with masculinity. As masculinity plummets, all this garbage is going up through the roof. Is that a coincidence? Absolutely not. Really not. You can literally see it with a graph, and you can see it happen. Saving the way men think and operate, growing a new generation of men who understand themselves and masculinity at all. Literally save the world. All of it. And I'm telling you, the reason this Hollywood garbage happens is because outside of Hollywood, women are mildly impressive in any regard. And that's why they have to do the disgusting, heinous things they do. And that's why they're going to attack me. I'm the fucking president. And that I'm the bad guy. And that I'm dangerous to women. When truly, people like Philip Schofield are the ones who are doing it, but they're part of the club. And that's what actually upsets me truthfully. I'm a difficult man to affect. And I understand that I'm in the middle of a war here. One way or another, with God on my side, I would win. But it is extreme frustration to have people who commit X crime with impunity accuse you of X crime. That's a very uniquely annoying scenario. When somebody who does something themselves accuses you of it when you're innocent.
Not allegedly. They've been
Caught.
Radiant
And they
structures
accuse
are
you.
fortified.
Big difference.
And then they sit there and go, it's a terrible thing to do. You do it. All these members and elites attacking me, you do it. I don't. And I'm the one sitting the fucking penalty for it.
Coming, friend.
I think attacking me is
Under attack.
biggest act of cowardice. It's cowardice.
Sorry, bro, I
Attacking
don't have
innocents is the
ult.
biggest
Sorry, bro,
possible
no
act of
ult, no ult.
cowardice.
Sorry.
Even, you don't shoot an unarmed man.
Bro, no ult, bro, no
Even
ult, I
in war,
told you.
there's the Geneva Convention. There's supposed to be a degree of rule. Someone can't defend themselves. There's no need to hurt them. These people can't defend themselves. Attacking innocents is the most heinous of all crimes. And children are the absolutely most innocent thing on the planet. And I'd like
Your
to think that
bottom
I'm
tower
passionate
has
enough
been
that not much
denied.
to drive me murder. I know what happens.
You can't keep me down.
Should they be castrated?
I think they should face an extremely heinous punishment. Now, the death penalty is fantastic. I also think, from what I've just been through, and it was only 3 short months, I think a nice long life of solitary confinement.
Get over it, boy. Fresh meat. Disclaimer time. I will or flag it, sir.
Because they could put punishments in place that genuinely stop it. And I don't think they are. In fact, they're promoting it. They're trying to say you were born that way. Because when you're born that way, once again, you have no control. It's not your fault. It's not your fault you touched that kid. You were born that way. Not your fault you're fat. You were born that way. Not your fault you're a school shooter. You were born that way. This is why I have a problem with psychologists. Every single time you ask them anything, it's not your fault. It's something else's fault. It's someone else's fault. And I don't accept that. I accept absolutely personal accountability. Absolutely everything is my fault. Every action I undertake is completely my fault. If I do something wrong, it is my fault, and
enemy's
I should
top
be punished
tower
for it.
has fallen.
And that should be implied on every single other man on the planet. The second you start doing that dumb shit, I say.
It's a powerful message. We're at the end of it, so if you got
Yeah.
anything.
Well, this is gonna be more of a lighthearted question to end on a lighter note. But
You're going to ask about who's a better actor, Al Pacino or Robert De Niro? Actually, a real
That's
question.
your question.
So I got a question. Do you like both actors, Pacino or De Niro?
De Niro hates Trump, right?
Yeah.
They both. They both. They both.
Oh, they both do? Oh, fucking hell.
So now you're gonna go on their merit.
Uh-oh. I don't know then.
Bloody time.
Both in the wrong.
Scarface or Goodfellas?
Yeah.
So this is actually a funny question, lighthearted question, but it is about your legacy. I don't know if there's anybody in the world, when I say this country, oh, I don't this country, they say, well, you must be. If I told my mom, you're not supposed to talk about this, hey mom, I'm going to, are you going to see Andrew Tate? If I told that, hey, anybody, I'm going to Romania, they're going to say, you're going to go see Tate. That's how synonymous you are with irony. Romania's the country that walked up. There's one other person that's associated with the country. If I say the country,
Coming, friend.
you know the name, they're not even a real person. That person
Nice to meet back.
is from the country of Kazakhstan.
Here I come.
I say Kazakhstan, you think of Borat. Ironically, in a twist of fate, in 2006 when the movie Borat came out, they actually banned the movie. They didn't want the people of Kazakhstan to see the movie. Because it was
Insulting.
a great insult for the people of Kazakhstan.
Right to it.
Ironically, in
Radiant
2020,
structures
after
are
COVID,
fortified.
it became a global brand, Kazakhstan. The tourism board
Fill your lungs up.
basically created ads and embraced the moniker Kazakhstan, very nice, as a way to drive tourism to Kazakhstan. So in a twist of fate, they banned the movie. 15 years later, they're embracing Borat. So my question to you
Leave
is,
this bit
when
for
you're
later.
innocent,
Yeah.
and you're scot-free, what will Romania do to make amends for what's happened to you? Will it be Romania? What color is your Bugatti? What are they gonna say?
Good idea.
That's a really good question because I love this country. I chose to live here. I think that they have done themselves a massive disservice, but I don't think it's Romanians as a whole. 99.9% of Romanians are exactly the whole. Every Romanian I see says sorry. Even the police officers who come and check my house arrest apologize to me. There's a select few Romanians who have done irreparable damage to this country. Most Romanians understand exactly what's happening.
Smell
Apologize to me, are good people. I think I did a lot for this country in terms of tourism. I don't think it was mentioned much before me.
Yes.
And truthfully, it is a safe place and it is a beautiful place and you can carve life here. But I think they've certainly scared the rest of the fighting
We'll have to see how they try and recover from the mess they've made. And
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
the country of Romania is very small group of people.
Your can.
Yes.
Last question. What source of power?
This is a big question of power. I'm not sure which
Rooted in the flame.
Trump is a midget from power. My father
Yes.
was a
Ah!
so I stole it. I stole it when I was
But my friend, can you buy a shard? You can save me.
power. Shit, you do like that.
Aye, aye.
Sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. But I just adopted it because it was his symbol. So there's a lot of theories online. It's occultist this, occultist that. I let
Your top tower
There's
is
far
under
more simple
attack.
than that. There's lots of pictures of my dad doing it, and I copied it. That's all it is.
Respect.
So again, 5 hours felt like 5 minutes, just like last time. I can't tell you how many people last time said,
Your
you know,
top
people
tower
wanted
is
to
under
watch
attack.
every second of it. This was great. And we got a couple of gifts we want to give you. The audience that's watching this, there's a couple of things we want to do for you. We want the world to see this interview. And a lot of you guys will be part of history.
Your top
5 of
tower
these
is under
hats,
attack.
Future Looks Bright, will be signed by Tate. And on Twitter, we will pick anybody that posts the interview there with hashtag TatePBD for the interview when we release this. 5 of you are going to get these hats sent over to you. You can pick them up. And aside from that, I got a gift for you as well. Let's start off with the first one. The first one is a Bible, okay?
Okay.
Now, whatever you choose to do with this, whether you give it to Tristan or you keep it, this is a special Bible because it's from 1870. Okay, this is not a newer Bible. It's 1870. We wanted to give you a gift that would have a lot of meaning behind it. Let's go look for this. Brandon worked very hard to find it. And finally found it. So this is a gift from us to you. And one of our vice presidents in our company, Haas Bowsley, who is a Muslim himself, but we love this guy, respectable leader. His family, we were calling him on to get a high-quality Quran with a lot of meaning behind it. The Quran that his mom passed down to them is the one he
Your
gave
top
to
tower
us
is
for us to
under
give to
attack.
you. And we look for this all over the place.
Brother, thank you
So this
so
is a gift to you
Dire's
as well. We know
structures are
this is
fortified.
important to you. If you open it up with the presentation in it, I hope you appreciate that. I think it's right there. This is something that we have from family to family to family. The last one is a book I read years ago by a guy that's an interesting guy, C.S. Lewis. It's one of the best books I've read in years of Christianity. I've never read it. He's an interesting guy, Oxford professor who went from being an atheist to actually believing in God. And his transition through it, it's wild. If you've never read it, highly recommend you reading that.
This is incredible. I'm truly humbled.
Your top tower is under attack.
And you're reading to the once again, brother. Really enjoy this.
Connect is an application which allows you to take a minute to connect with influencers from all around the world. My name is Andrew Tate.
The
and I'm
enemy's
available
middle
to speak
tower
directly
has
to you
fallen.
on the net.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
With sources,
Radiant structures are fortified.
how much you're worth?
Aye,
Yes.
aye.
$2 million. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Give me a crazy story which you never mentioned.
I can't.
Your top tower is under
In fact, I've
attack.
changed my mind. Yeah, I've had people.
Has the Matrix ever...
Your can.
I can sit here right now and recall a conversation. If I wasn't that way fine with the workload that God put on my shoulders, I'd just be in a ditch somewhere. I just would have killed myself by now. I bought my own payment gateway. I bought my own bank.
Welcome back to the show, and thank you all for returning back to the channel where we talk about business, advice, happiness, and personal finance. Guys, in this podcast, it needs no introduction. We're just gonna get right into it. If this is your first time watching this channel, I urge you to do press that subscribe button so we can keep on bringing extremely popular guests like Andrew Tate and keep making these videos. I think I'd like to say that by now this podcast is like the #1 podcast in Dubai, and like especially after this video, I'd say the #1 podcast in the Middle East. So let's just get straight into it. I'm just gonna summarize your story real quick. Andrew Tate, all of you have seen him, recently Google's most searched man, the man that broke the internet, the most famous person on social media that isn't on social media. Thank you so much for coming on here. I really appreciate it. I know this podcast has a lot more to benefit from you being here than you do. So I really appreciate your time. We're gonna talk about everything, and this is gonna be a good one. So usually we start by going through people's journeys. I'll just summarize it real quick, and then we can get into the details. From what I understand, your story, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, you were born in Washington, you were raised in Luton. Your dad's an African-American chess grandmaster. Your mom was a catering assistant. You learned to play chess at 5 years old, and as a kid, you were already playing adults tournaments. You then started kickboxing, and you became 4 times world champion in 2 different weight classes. Then you started appearing in a reality TV show called Big Brother. You were removed after 1 week. Then you started your webcam business. And after webcam business, you simultaneously started the Hustle University, like course, like university. And then you started your business. I get it right?
Yeah, it's a very sparse explanation of my life. Of course, there's a lot of detail missing, and I kind of feel like I've lived many different lives. I feel like I've been
The
alive
enemy's
many different
bottom
times
tower
over the last
has
life
fallen.
story, and it's hard for me to surmise in one compendious series of events. This entire existence is a professional fighter. This entire existence is a webcam. This entire existence broke. This entire existence rich. I feel like I've been alive many times.
The enemy's bottom tower
Surmise my
has
life.
fallen.
It's been so big. But yeah, that's pretty accurate. Pretty accurate.
But now you're in Dubai.
The enemy's
Yeah,
bottom
you've been here
barracks
for like
has fallen.
3 weeks. So how do you feel about being in Dubai? The best city on earth.
It is. It's the city of the future.
Yeah.
It is. I have nothing to good things to say about it. It goes all the way from the fact you can just walk around the city. That removes 80% of the world's cities now.
You have everything in another country. You're rich and everything, but you can't even use your. What's the point of being rich there?
Completely. And if you don't even have your safety, what do you have, right?
Yeah.
So there's only a few cities left on Earth you can even, like this is the sheer on watch. I only wear this in Dubai. I wear it in Bucharest, but that's because I have Bucharest locked down to the toe. Most people don't.
It's your place.
It's my place, yeah. Tokyo. Maybe some cities in Australia, which are kind of okay, but that's it. You can't wear it in Western Europe, you can't wear it in America, you can't wear it in South America, you can't wear it in Africa, you can't wear a nice watch that you burn. It's absolutely nothing incredible.
You know, say like, but every country has resources. But the question is,
Yeah, people will always make excuses, but you're completely right. Yep, and there's a whole bunch of Western. But yeah, I think it comes down to the leadership. And that's different. That's an argument that can be long. Here, you know, because the democracy, a lot of people are 3-4 years in power. There's a huge bunch of bureaucracy.
they just want to extract as much money as they can before they
And then
go.
tax, right?
The changes they make now, they'll see results in 10 years when they'll be gone.
They'll be gone, so they don't care.
They don't care.
And also, there's a whole bunch of bureaucracy behind them, and which makes it very slow to change. It's very hard. Like, I don't understand completely how UAE is run, but I'd like to think that if the sheikh were to walk down the road and say, change this, it would be changed the same day.
Yeah.
Whereas in England or America, change this. Committee decides to change, the law goes to Congress, the vote, then, you know, it costs $4 billion, and then next year, maybe some guy will start to come, and just slow.
The construction company will keep 3 billion, they'll use 1 billion.
And it's very slow. And what did we say earlier about the key? We said speed. We said that it's the fastest people who adopt the quickest to change and survive and adapt to and also apply it to a city or a country or a civilization. And the fact that Dubai is so adaptable and adapt in real time means that it's basically the only city on the planet where no matter what happens in the world, they're always going to be the best possible position. I don't think that Dubai has any.
Nice. So you talk a lot about purpose, and what is your thoughts as to, do you have like an exact answer as to why we are created and why we're here? Like, what is the purpose of life? Why were we given life?
I think we're here to struggle and to learn. I don't think we're here to be. That's why
Your top tower is under attack.
why do you want to sit there and laugh?
Your top tower is under attack.
You're allowed to be happy. It's all over, right? You're a man. Yeah, provide, protect, and we're also here to do important things. Important things that can be difficult.
Your top tower has fallen.
Frustrated. But that's what we're I don't see anyone who's chasing happiness. I think that's a very feminine frame. I understand why some women just want to be happy. I don't know. Not one, but in my experience, girls just want to have fun. Fine. You're a man, right? You're a man. Then that's not be different. It's almost like once you understand what life is really about, the only emotional state you're sitting at home and truly something, right? And I think that's the whole part of it. I think we're here to struggle. I think we're here to go through time. I wake up each day and go, what can I do? And look at history. Why did Genghis Khan wake up? Why did you just wake up and just say, give me this, I want all of it. I need to, there's an army there, they're really big. We're better. It's intrinsic. You need to go and conquer. That's the purpose.
Choppers are looking
But
sharp.
why do you think that we were created here? Just like, what? Like, do you believe that God created us? So why did God create us?
Because we got started in America. God created us. Two ways to learn: the hard way or the harder way. If you're smart, you can learn the hard way. But in my experience, 99% of the planet only learn the hardest possible way. If the lesson's even 85% effective, they'll make mistakes. Only when you decimate or destroy their life, you sit there and go, oh, oops, now I get it.
No.
That's how it goes.
So let's talk about where you are, Andrew, right now in this moment. You know, what is like going through your head right now? You've been banned of many social medias. You haven't done a podcast in a while. So what's your thoughts as to like what are your plans now, or like what do you feel about what's happened to you, and what's your moves? Or I mean, I don't expect you to reveal them, but what's your plans?
Yeah, so the Matrix attacked me.
Yeah.
They tried to remove me from social
They've used
media.
their bullets.
They used their bullets. I'm still all over social media, so they failed. What's scary about it,
Your middle tower
the
is
only
under
thing I
attack.
will say I don't like about being banned is that you get 3 lives when you attack powerful people. They first ban you and try and shut you up. Secondly, they
Your
use
bottom
it.
tower is under attack.
So I've used my first life, which is kind of upsetting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So that's kind of upsetting. But
Your middle
it is.
tower
It
has
is. I like it. It's kind of upsetting. I like to think that people at home know if I ever enter they use pure lie and
Pure lie.
they made it up. But that's kind of scary. Outside of that, the ban in and of itself has not. I don't care. It's made no difference to my life. The only thing Instagram was good for was a bunch of chicks, and that's the only thing I used it for.
And you have them.
I do okay. I don't need it, so I don't care about any of this. I do think that
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I can't say what's happening, but I do believe I will be reinstated.
Your
However,
bottom
it's
tower is under attack.
Chop my
if I had to monitor my social media, that everything I was saying was true.
Yeah.
About the Matrix. Right? All they did was prove me right.
Yeah, you've said it 100 times on different episodes. They're gonna try to silence me. I wish someone would make a compilation of all these clips, because you said it like 100 times.
Yep. I said it over and
smell.
They're gonna remove me. They're gonna ban me. They're gonna.
I knew exactly what was going to happen.
Here
and
I
they proved me
come.
completely and utterly right. And they backfired. They tried to put me in a spin.
Your Sean has fallen to the dark.
I'm a bad person. 99% of the comments in any of my videos are positive. I'm speaking to people who are now waking up and understanding that they're machine lies.
Whatever.
And the only people who truly dislike me are the slave minds. if I ever hear about somebody disliking me, when you ask them
Dire's
why,
structures are
they
fortified.
don't know. And that's what's scary. What's scary to me is that there's people out there that have strong emotional reaction to scenarios, people, or events, and they don't even know why.
They just read a headline.
But that's the true slave market. When someone can say the name, you're free. That shows how programmed they can control you. So anybody who's critically so anybody with a brain who can think for themselves likes me. Anybody who hates me is barely sane. So it's kind of good where now I don't like you. I know you're an idiot. That's fine. Instantly, I know you're an idiot. Oh, bro, I love your work. So it's kind of convenient. It's kind of convenient. Like, I must have been approached by 100,000 people.
Enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have
I've seen a video, yeah. A video came out. It was like, what are the mentors but who are the mentors that the youth have today? The rappers and all of them, and all like which is very tragic. But which mentors do the youth have today that they need? None. You know what? It's not cool to do drugs. It's not cool to sport. It's cool to work and to sacrifice and to put your goals as number one and actually like, you know what I mean? Like grind towards something, have goals and chase them.
But that's done on purpose.
Yeah.
The mentors, the idols, the icons that they purport to the youth via the Matrix are degenerate. Because they want a degenerate class of semi-miserable, sad people.
Yeah.
You're never going to be truly happy in your mind if you go against the teachings of God. I don't care how much money you make. If you're a bad person, you're not going to feel happy. I don't care how much money you make. If you snake people or lie to people or do bad to people, you're never going to feel happy true deep in your heart. True in your heart, we're intrinsically designed to do right and do good.
Your
and that's something
turn
that
to
God
ban.
gave us, and when you have that, you
5
understand
seconds
that
remaining.
that's more important than anything else. So these people who are up here promoting degeneracy, saying, you know, take Percocets and bang girls and drink vodka and you're gonna be, you know, gonna be great. I drink. I'm not saying I don't drink, but that's not my message, right?
Yeah.
And those people are never truly happy, and they're trying to purport that and convince people to do the same, so that the whole populace is never truly happy. And like I said, now we go in circles. We've already discussed why they don't want us to be happy.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
that's why.
Do you think that drinking is like an escape of sorts, or?
I love alcohol, right? I drink, right? So I'm a drinker, but it's not my message. I don't sit here on a podcast and say, everyone drink. But rappers' message is degeneracy.
Drink, crime,
yeah,
drop this guy.
completely. And
kill that guy.
Completely. And I'm saying that if you live that way, you're never going to be truly happy in your heart. If you want to feel happy inside of yourself, and you want to feel content, and you want to feel stable inside of yourself, you need to live truly God. And I'm not saying you can't drink a little bit of alcohol or not party or not have a little bit of fun. You have to be a good person.
You have to balance life.
You have to balance life. You have to be a good person overall. I know I'm a good person, and when the Matrix is trying to convince the world that I'm not, that just proves even further that I'm a good person. The world we now live in today, mass media is trying to tell you somebody is evil. You can know pretty well that person's probably good, and vice versa. Like, there's a reason they're trying so hard to convince people to ignore their own ears. People listen to my message and go, that's a positive message. And the media exchange going, no, it's not positive. He's bad. They're trying to brainwash you.
Yeah. No, honestly, you're right. I'd like to ask you, like, right now, in this moment, are you happy? Is this like the happiest moment you've been in your life? Or can you think back to a time where you were like, this is the happiest moment of my life?
I don't believe in the societal paradigm
30 seconds to battle.
in which they have tried to construct this idea of happiness. I don't believe or subscribe to the way that happy and sad is currently understood by the masses of the population. I think if you are anything less than absolutely distraught, you are happy. You're a version of happy. It's like saying gray is a version of black, right? No matter how light the gray is, you can still call it a version of black. Unless you've gone through an event, which hopefully doesn't happen too often, like the passing of a family member or something that's truly destructive and detrimental to your mindset. Besides these events, which hopefully only happen a few times in your life, you should be happy. If you're not crying or paralyzed in silence due to the absolute magnitude of a detrimental circumstance or the absolute magnitude of a negative event, then you are a version of happy. So I am always happy. is the short answer. I don't believe in not being happy. I don't believe in not saying to myself I'm happy. I'm always a version of happy. And this idea of chasing happiness and always being concerned and preoccupied with how happy you are is actually the biggest mistake that a lot of people make, I think, in the world today. Especially men who wake up and go, I don't really feel happy, so I need to get happier. And that's how they end up down a hedonistic path of drugs, alcohol, gambling, chasing pleasure. I don't care how I feel. I don't care if I feel happy or sad. It doesn't really affect what I do each day. I do the exact same things. I act the exact same way. I don't care. I don't put weight to the significance of the emotion. So I always consider myself a happy person. But if I woke up and I was slightly less happy one day than another, it wouldn't affect anything I do, and I wouldn't put any relevance to it. I'm human, and that's life. So yeah, am I any happier now that I have hundreds of millions of dollars than before I was broke?
Toast the fast
I was never unhappy. I'm the same state
to come.
that I was then, that I am now. I have work to do, and I will do it.
Very well put. Yeah. No, but you're right. Definitely, I've heard like the chase for happiness, and the more you try to seek happiness, the more you're enforcing yourself that you're not happy.
Well, also, there's no light without dark, and there's no joy without pain. You can't have a rainbow without little rain. And no matter how hard you chase pleasure and happiness, there's going to be dips and troughs in between, and downs and downturns. And you're going to have the juxtaposition between that time you were laughing your head off and acting kiddish like a child, and the time that you feel depressed as such. And I think it's much better to just adopt a very disciplined, stoic mindset. I'm always the same base level of happy regardless. If I lost all of my money today, I would be the same happy. If my net worth quadrupled, I'd be the same happiness.
Yeah.
As long as I am alive, which is a struggle, unfortunately, in the current climate. As long as I'm alive and the people I care about are alive, and as long as God gives me the honor of doing my duties and providing for the people I care about, as long as I get to wake up and know that there's a whole bunch of people in the world who need me, and I get to work hard to please them and be good for society and good for the world, then I'm a vessel of God, and I'm happy enough to survive. That's all I look at it as. I don't ever consider how do I feel. That doesn't cross my mind. I have things to do. I have things to do.
You're too busy to think about it.
I'm too busy. I have things to do every single day. I have very important things to do, and how I feel really is not going to affect how I can take care of it. And when I speak to men, they say I'm unhappy or I need to be happier. I think that's absolutely the wrong frame of life. You're a man, you have duty, you have honor, you have things you should be doing regardless of how you feel. And the people who are perma-obsessed with happiness or sadness, I just think it's the wrong paradigm to view the lens of life. I think you should get up and do it.
Yeah, man. What's all the stuff, man? You're just reinforcing positivity in people.
I'm absolutely a positive influence, and that's the problem. The key word there is influence. The reason Matrix is attacking is because of that. They don't like influence because I've not sold my soul. They don't control me. And normally when you become massively influential, they control you. You either sign a contract, or you're a sponsor, or you're a manager,
A record label,
whatever. They have some kind of leverage over you to make sure you only say what you are supposed to say. I'm an individual which they do not control. I have mass influence over the population of Earth.
Yeah.
And when you have somebody like me who is principled, who has morals, God will not sell their soul, will not promote degeneracy, who also has mass influence, they see me as a threat because they say there are certain agendas which you do not promote. And so it's absolutely forced to slavery amongst the population. They see me as a threat because of my mass influence. And me being positive is not selfish. Sad and miserable, because when you're sad, you're self-obsessed. You're distracted and you're self-obsessed. When you're sad, you're sitting at home, me. It makes you very selfish. You don't care about your community when you're sad. You don't care about your country when you're sad. You don't care about the injustices of the world when you're sad. You don't care about trying to actually make the world a better place because you're too busy thinking about yourself. So they want you miserable, semi-depressed, sad, unhappy, so that you can sit at home and accept them doing whatever they want to the millions of people without ever talking about them doing the right thing. You're far more likely to fight against injustices. So the fact that I have mass influence and I can just make people feel better is a threat to them. They don't want me to make people feel better. They talk about men's mental health and pretend to care.
Is under attack.
When I come along and genuinely help them, stuff people suicide. you're not thinking about the work of the devil, which is what's happening right now. It's genuinely that serious. This is whether it's the Bible or the Quran or any superhero movie, this is the battle of good versus evil. Anybody who's sitting who doesn't see that, who doesn't see that every armed conflict on the planet, the conflict for the matrix is a conflict of
Your middle tower is under attack.
And we're going to end up in absolute tyrannical slavery.
You know, while you're talking right now, it's just making me think. The way you talk, it's like
Your
really
middle
articulate.
tower is
It's
under
like really
attack.
intriguing. And you're well informed on many different topics. So were you always like this? And like, how did you build this? Like, did you read books or you know what I mean? How did you become so well informed on everything?
Good question. I don't read books. I'm actually famous for some book. I don't like I've read one book, and I'll take it. So I don't read books.
Which book was it?
It was an awful book. I think it was called. I can't remember the name of it. I've told this story before, and someone found it in the comments. But it was a terrible story about a UN negotiator, a woman who was in New York, and she had been fired from the UN because she made this big mistake. And the UN needed her back because she was the best
Your top
negotiator.
tower is under
They got her back, and they kept talking about, I wish I didn't make the big mistake. And 2/3 of the book, it's like, you're so good at her job, but what was this big mistake? And it turns out she was negotiating between two African warlord tribes. And she ended up sleeping with one of the warlords. And now, and when you get this big revelation, you're like, oh, so you're just the warlord in the middle of a negotiation? Like, how did that even happen? What?
You were so interested, and then you just realized.
Like, how charming was this guy? He's a mass murderer. Like, the whole book, it upset me. So, no, I don't read books because books are slow. And I think the world we now live in today, speed is absolutely important. Everything must be, absolutely, everything must be done as quickly as possible. And Darwin said it, even though I'm not a proponent of evolution, so it's the most adaptable member of the species that survives. I would change it and say nowadays the quickest member of the species survives. It's not about being the biggest or the strongest, it's about being the quickest, the most adaptable to change. And to read a book is just too many human hours for the amount of information. I don't read books, I think it's slow, I think it's a waste of time. I think a lot of it's mental masturbation. I get smart as far as read books. And I talk to these people, they're not even smart. I know everything about everything because of my life. And it's been very difficult. And I'm perspicacious and I pay attention. And that's how I know everything about everything. There's not a subject you can name right now where I don't know something.
Yeah, I definitely noticed.
Yeah, you name it. Korean War, anything. You name it, I know something about something. That's just what happens when you get to a certain level of intelligence, because you can apply scenarios and it's all patterns, absolutely. And history may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes, and humanity all acts in a pretty similar way across all cultures. And once you get an X amount of knowledge in one
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Self-help, where they're just trying to seek self-help books, and they think that like, I'm doing something productive because I'm reading a book, but actually you have so much work that you can actually do to actually like implement what the book says. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is with reading a book is it's a reward without any risk.
Your
And
middle
this is
tower
why I
is
think
under
a lot
attack.
Of people are proponents of reading, and they say reading, because nothing can really go wrong besides
Your
wasting
middle
your time.
tower
Life, of
has
course,
fallen.
They don't believe that. I am a much larger proponent of larger risks. If you want to learn about understand yourself, it's either to learn who we are and learn
The enemy's bottom tower
learn
has
how to
fallen.
not life's difficult, and learn how to control your mind, and learn how to struggle, then you can go to the boxing gym and you can get your ass kicked. You do not need to read any books. You need to get in the gym, walk in there and say, I'm going to fight the best fighter here every single day and not quit until you can eventually beat him. But most people are not man enough for that. So instead they'll read a self-help book. I learned my mindset back. My mindset was learning the reality of the real world. I don't need to read a self-help book. I don't need to read about motivation or confidence. I've been in the cage smashing people's faces in. I don't need to learn any of that stuff. So I learn in reality, and reality is always going to be a better teacher than a book, because you're not learning when you're regurgitating, you may be reading, but I don't believe that you're learning. So it doesn't hurt you didn't learn. And I think he's completely right. And it's the same with the entire life. You see people make the eventually goes really wrong, and it's only then they'll change. So absolutely. So I learned how to
Enemy's middle tower
become
has
self-disciplined
fallen.
and become self-motivated and work hard, and I learned how to face adversity and find strength within myself I didn't know I had, because people were trying to kill me inside of a cage, and you cannot replicate that by reading books. So it's I like to say massive anti-reader. I think it's a mistake. I think as a young man, if you want to get your life better, the most important thing you have are your waking hours. You need to be out competing all the other people on the planet who are hyper competitive, and if you think you have 8 hours to sit there on this kind of work, you are wasting your time. You're too slow. You're going to lose. We're just too quick, too fast. Our networks are too various and large, and we make decisions too quickly.
Your
Absorb
middle tower
information
is
too
under
quickly, and
attack.
we're just behind the
By the time you're done reading the book, the moves have been made.
But it's over, yeah. The game's over.
Yeah, but I think one good thing about reading books, especially now, especially what you were saying, is because like you said, attention spans are like this these days. When you read a book, you kind of learn to train yourself to like take information a bit slowly. It kind of helps your
I think that's just the way the world is moving. I think you need to get ADHD and you need to learn to control it within certain paradigms. You need to be able to sit and say, yes, I struggle to focus on this one particular video, but as a whole, I can keep my focus within the parameters of work, whether I'm watching this video and talking on Telegram and replying to this email and reading this. Just do it all at once. I mean, that's what I do. I've had people come into my office and say, are you on a phone call and playing chess and reading? Yes. I'll be reading what I need to read and on the phone and at the same time playing chess. Otherwise, my brain's not full. Yeah, so, yeah. Can I focus on one thing? Not easily. Am I massively successful doing one thing? Just stay within the parameters of
Your
constructive.
bottom tower is under
If what
attack.
you're doing with your energy is constructive and you're within the parameters, then you're making success.
And about your confidence, is that also from these experiences, or how does one like become this confident? And especially another thing is you seem like you really love it, and which is a good thing. But how does someone go about loving it?
I'm proud of myself. Most people don't deserve it. But that's the truth. A lot of people say, oh, you know, I have confidence issues. And I say, if I was you, I would have confidence issues. Of course. I completely understand why you have confidence issues. You're a dork. But we have to be realistic here. We have to be absolutely not realistic, because the world is brutal and it's harsh. If you're not proud of yourself, you probably don't deserve to be proud
Your
of
middle
yourself. So you're
tower
not going
is
to feel
under
happy.
attack.
And you just talked about confidence. Confidence comes from confidence.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'm good at everything I do. The things I'm not good at, I'm not confident in, of course, and I know what they are. I don't do them very often. I'm now creating my reality. I don't do anything I'm not good at. Higher, higher, I just don't want to do it. Like I don't play darts. I'm not good at darts, right? I do what I'm good at. So, yeah, I'm absolutely and utterly confident because I'm absolutely and utterly competent, and that takes practice and discipline and motivation, and you fail a few times.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So it comes down to it. And when people say, "Oh, I have confidence issues," usually I can look them up and
Your
down and say,
bottom
"Yeah,
tower
if
is
I was
under
you,
attack.
I would completely and utterly struggle with confidence issues because the world is competitive, and there's men like me on the planet and friends like mine on the planet, and we're competing
Your
against
bottom
us.
tower
And
is
I'm
under attack. Your
destiny
bottom tower
the
has
entire
fallen.
time. So of course you have confidence issues, and you can be annihilated
middle
in real
tower
time.
is
by
under
a competitor.
attack.
Why wouldn't you have confidence issues? You'd be psychopathic enough.
So maybe that inconfidence is a good motivation for them. Actually.
Well, it's supposed to be. This is the thing that I don't truly understand. If I'm unhappy with something and I'm uncomfortable with something, I fix it. That's endless motivation, which I don't truly believe in. If I was unhappy with something about myself, regardless of what it was, I would be able to take all of that discomfort and turn it into endless
middle tower
energy to
is
get the
under
problem
attack.
fixed.
Exactly.
But these people seem to
It's okay to be unhappy.
Yeah, well, these people seem to sit and say, I'm really unhappy with X, but then stay doing X. So I don't believe they're truly actually unhappy. What you'll notice if you live life long enough is that
Your
somebody will sit
bottom
and say
tower
to you,
is under attack.
I'm unhappy being a loser. You say, why are you a loser? I just sit at home and play video games 7 days a week. And you're like, okay. And maybe 3 days of the week they're unhappy doing that.
Yeah.
And that's the time they email you, and that's the time they want to make a change. But 4 days of the week, They don't really. It doesn't really bother them.
Yeah,
It doesn't really bother them. Because if it bothered them 7 days a week, guess what?
They would fix it.
So I have very little sympathy for people, and that's not because I'm not a nice person. It's because I've been so hard on myself, and I've been through so many things that were difficult, and I've been through so much pain and trauma myself. Some of it self-inflicted, some of it given to me by God to make me a better person. But I've been so difficult on myself. It's very hard for me to look at somebody who's refused to be difficult on themselves and see them as my equal or feel sympathy or pity for them. Why would I feel pity for somebody who took the easy route when I took the hardest possible route? I took the hardest possible way to be the man I am, and you were too big of a fish. And now you want me to feel sorry for you? I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for these people. And because as a man, you can be anything you decide you want to be. That's the beauty of being a man. It builds your character completely down to every single thing about it. I was not born this rich. I was not born this strong. I was not born this confident. I was not born this interesting. I was not born this charismatic and humble and gorgeous and tall and strong and sexy. I was not born none of these things. I became these things myself, so I deserve all the praise and glory. And anybody who decides they don't want to work hard enough to become those things, then they deserve to sit and accept they're my inferior. Yeah. That's their problem.
Yeah, basically.
That's their problem.
But have you struggled with any mental health issues yourself? Because you know, one thing also I noticed about you, from one side when you talk, you seem like very positive about life. But I've seen clips of you where you say like, sometimes I feel you say enjoy everything and always be happy, or like always be like positive. But then in some points you say like, I was angry when I was broke. I had to get rich. Yeah. I needed to get rich. I was furious.
I couldn't sleep. I didn't have because I understood that people out there did. I did better. So yeah, that was real. When you talk about suffering, I have had but I can't imagine living in this idea, this utopian, hedonism. I don't. Yeah, it's degenerate. I think the only thing you can do that's not degenerate is usually be fighting a battle or solving a problem. Yeah, growth. Yeah, so you need to either fight a battle or solve a problem to avoid degeneracy.
Your top tower has fallen.
I'm currently one of the largest battles a man can possibly take on. I'm taking on the Matrix, the most powerful people on the planet.
Right. Yeah.
So
your bottom tower
is my life difficult? Yeah. And I complain about that? No. In fact, I'd hate it for it to be.
Yeah. No, you're right. You know, we talk about the
your bottom tower is under attack.
Back at the shooting gallery.
Or you know what you can't say.
I've had a couple experiences which have certainly been strange.
Oh, can you talk about it, or you prefer not to?
I've had some invites to some strange places with some strange people. I've definitely been contacted by them. But initially, when they speak to you, they try to.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they try and get a degree of leverage.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
They try very hard initially.
Without violence.
Yeah, without violence. They try with degeneracy. That's what they try. And that's, yeah, well, most people's hearts and souls can be bought. So when they can
your
print
bottom
unlimited
tower
money,
is under
why
attack.
would they go to the route of violence? They can just print unlimited money and give it to somebody and own it.
Yeah.
But when you're like me and you also
your bottom tower is under attack.
I am very right.
Your bottom tower is fallen.
They can't. I'd rather go without. Thank you very much.
Your bottom barracks
So they can't. Yeah, I'm good. So, and that frustrates them because 99% of men in my position start chasing girls, chasing money, and then you end up in trouble.
Yeah. But I think that
your middle tower
maybe a
is
lot
under
of the
attack.
mindset now is because you've already got this. But do you think that the earlier stages when you were really trying to chase money, this could
your middle tower is under attack.
think I could have. I don't think I've ever would have sold my soul for one based on morality. However, I'm glad he was. But he was real. This is. So this is where we talk about morality. Whereas in the West, we would know find Christians. It doesn't mean anything, right? So it's that baseline morality that they can't corrupt that they're afraid of. That's why they're afraid of Islam. That's why they're afraid of Islam. That's why they're afraid of people who sit and say there is more to life and existence than this and the next.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I feel like Islam, the way they talk about Islam, it's kind of like you see the pattern. Whenever there's something, a force that's trying to change
Your
people,
middle tower
they'll
is
try
under
to
attack.
label it. The literal name Islam, like Salah. But they're trying to
Your middle tower has fallen.
Higher purpose, higher calling. I do think a lot of the world's problems are absolute degeneracy. The work of Satan, it could be fixed with I call it this modification of all because Christianity is absolutely not
Radiant victory.
You have failed. You're going to sit there inside of your own country. The prophets are mocked. All of your ideals are ignored.
And it's okay.
And it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And society is degenerating in real time, and your children are no longer safe from brainwashing by the Matrix. Then your religion, in and of itself, as a concept, has failed. Christianity has failed to preserve Christian values on any level in any country ever. So now that you know it's a failed religion, that only leaves one religion left in which you can install. Degeneracy will disappear. Crime will disappear. Men and women will stay families again. People will have children. And
People
all the
work
world's
hard.
problems will be fixed.
They'll chase their goals.
Absolutely. I call for the Islamification of the entire Western world because otherwise we have atheistic
Your
countries.
turn
When you
to
remove
bat.
religion, now what do you
5
have? People are
seconds
now
remaining.
adhering to woke ideology and this new insane religion. Everybody has a religion. If you remove Christianity from the West, you don't have atheists. You now have these people adhering to this woke, new world liberal psychopathy where people are doing absolutely insane and disgusting things to each other and children. And they're sitting there saying that that's progressive somehow. And it's absolutely and utterly disgusting. So if we need a God to believe in to preserve morality and decency amongst humanity, then let's have a God that people actually fear and respect. And that's why Islam's the only religion left on the planet. There's no other religion you can possibly name that even matters.
Class, now we have to make your name like Ibrahim Tate or something.
Let's do it.
So have you actually
10
taken Shahada
seconds
to become
remaining.
Muslim? Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. You want to do it on the podcast?
5 seconds remaining.
It's an interesting conversation and it's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
Let's put it there.
Yeah. No, it's a slow journey, you know?
Yeah.
Well, eventually.
Yeah. Let's.
You're coming.
Let's put it.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about money.
One of my favorite subjects.
All right. You have a lot of sources of income.
Yeah.
Which source has made you the most money?
What's made me the most money is the War Room is my members organization that I run. So when I first got when I got extremely wealthy,
I call the shots around here.
I wanted to know.
Of course.
I kind of felt like I'd gone to outer space expecting to see aliens, and I got there and they weren't.
Prepare for
I
battle.
was like, where is everybody? Okay, I'm rich, but I expected once I became rich to meet other men who were rich, focused, intelligent, had their dating lives in order, their physical health in order, their finances in order, their connections in order. And I got to the top of the mountain. I looked around and nobody had it. Like, yeah, this guy's
30
rich, but
seconds
he's
to
cut by
battle.
his wife and he's fat. This guy's rich, but he's controlled by the Matrix. This guy's rich, but he's a dummy. He just made a bunch of money making music, rap. He's an idiot. This guy's rich. Like, there was nobody who had it all. I was like, and I wanted a network of genuine predators. I wanted the Freemasons almost. I thought I didn't want to join their organizations.
You want people like you.
I wanted people like me, so I started an organization to find those men.
Yeah.
So now we have 3,000 members.
Begin.
A lot of them are very, a lot of them aren't. We have people who join the 18-year-old proteins for nothing. That's fine.
They spend all their money on joining.
That's fine, yeah. Because if you're prepared prepared to listen and learn,
Yeah.
then you're in the right place. If you spend all of your time sitting around talking about how to become powerful and influential and rich, guess what you're going to end up being?
Yeah.
Powerful, influential, and rich. So now I have the greatest network on the face of the planet. And when I say it's maybe the most money, it's not because of the membership fee. The membership fee is very low. It's cheap. It's because of the opportunities. And that's why I am ultra competitive, and that's why nobody will ever beat me. If you're an individual and you wake up and go, I want to make my life better, that's fine. And I wake up to maybe 25 messages from some of the most influential and rich people on the planet that you've never heard of, telling me, buy this now. This is an opportunity to make money on the Russian ruble. This is an opportunity to make money here. This is an opportunity to make money on this land. This is what's going down in Iraq. Here we have an opportunity in Nairobi. And I'm sitting there going, okay, and I have got all this curated information and genuine opportunities in real time presented to me. Within 15 minutes, I made a $5 million investment. You're on page 1. You're still reading your book.
The introduction.
You're still reading. Yeah, you're still reading the introduction. And this is why, against people like me and my network and the other people inside the war room, you will always lose. Yeah. So the war room is making the most money, but not because of membership fees or anything like that, because of the genuine connection to the war room. And we're just free minds. Anybody who listens to what I say and agrees with it and likes it should understand that you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And if you know that, then you need to make sure you're not spending time with anybody you don't want to be. So people who join the war room, they join and they want to become professional. They want to become absolutely a professional. And like I said, we have extremely seasoned and experienced and successful men, but we also have people joining saying we have nothing, but they're humble enough to learn. I come here, I'm young, I don't have any money, or I'm old, I have a little bit of money, or whatever it is, but I'm here to learn and absorb.
I want to commit.
I want to commit. And if you learn and absorb and you're in the right place, then you can do fantastically well. So the war room, I mean, with the war room network now, dude, I could never be broke ever. It's impossible for me to have. I have access to billions of dollars. I have a place I can sleep for 3,000 different locations around the world in big mansions. If I need a Lambo, they'll send it to me. If I need a visa for a country that you can't get a visa for, someone there will have a business. Give me a visa, buy the business. If I need a jet, it comes. If I need information on anything, if I need to do a money transfer to Afghanistan, which if anyone's tried, they know how difficult that is. I've got a guy who fixes that. It's all there. It's everything. So whenever I have any problem in my life, no matter what it is, I go to the war room. And in fact, I'll prove the power of the war room right now. I became the most Googled man. I hacked every single social media app. The war room. I went to them and said, I've decided to go overt. As opposed to being underground, I want to go overt and break mainstream. And 4 months later,
Your middle tower is under attack.
there's not many organizations on the planet that can do something like that. So when you have something that powerful, I created it because I wish it existed. That's what I was looking for when I got rich, and it didn't exist, so I created it myself. And it's also, I'll say this now, for any young man who's serious about his journey, serious about himself, it's the most important place you can be. Absolutely everything but the realities of Earth. Do not waste your time at university. Do not waste your time reading books. Do not waste your time on YouTube watching some dork talk about Amazon FBA. Don't be an idiot. Join the war room and you'll learn, and there's a spiritual journey involved. But every single person who joins the war room ends up being an absolute consummate professional. That's the most profitable enterprise. At CobraTate.com, and it will explain what we have meetings all around the world. We have meetups. In fact, we just had a meetup 3 days ago. Impromptu. Usually they're planned in advance, but I had to talk to some guys and we sent a message 36 hours in advance, and we all went. I had to talk to everybody, no phones. So there's no phones, and we didn't want to be bugged, so we went out to the desert here in Dubai. And in 36 hours, I think we got 35 men from around the world landed. We went to the desert, all of the black Escalades. So it's
I never saw that many black Escalades.
It's a powerful network, and we're absolutely extremely wealthy. We don't break any laws.
Yeah.
You know, so for the FBI, the NSA, whoever's listening, we don't break any laws. We're law-abiding people who are very perspicacious and pay a lot of attention. And
Just
we're dedicated, and we make sure that we look after ourselves and each other and our brotherhood, and trying to create a world.
All right. So I feel like one of the ways that you became so popular was by people resharing your videos. And I think a lot of the, I wouldn't say Personally, I'd say a lot of the reason why they were recreating videos is because they wanted to make some money via affiliate marketing for the Hustle University. So now Hustle University still exists, and whoever will down the price, you can upgrade to gateway now or like.
Yeah, so Hustle University was attacked by the Matrix when they attacked me.
I heard Tristan said it's off now.
Hustle University, first is I had a school which primarily taught people how to make money. The reason I had that school was so that everybody could afford it. So people would come to me and say, I want to be afford it. Okay, I'll teach you how to make money to afford it. Nice and simple system. So that way I can save anybody. I can save anyone who's inside the Matrix. Free anybody's mind. Come to me. Yes, 2 steps, right? So it's $50 a month. Nice and cheap, and we taught modern wealth creation. Crypto, some stock, we had affiliate programs, we had 18 different ways to make money online, and you had to have nothing to start with. You had internet and some time, you could make money. So we got up to 175,000 students.
That's your largest amount to made.
That's 175,000 students was money. We got to 175,000 students at $50 a month, so it was a fairly profitable enterprise.
Yeah, it's like what?
I don't know, 11, 12 million a month or something. So we were doing well, but a lot of that money was obviously reinvested in the teaching, the professors, the school. Like we were building the largest online education platform on the planet. What's interesting is anybody with a brain can sit here and understand that attracting 165,000 people is hard is to retain them. And the fact that they retained that many people means that there's 175,000 people who are making more money. Even if they invested $50 and then they're still making more than they invested. ROI is huge. With no other university or school or educational platform can give you
That's still a crazy percentage.
It's an absolute. So we were massively successful. The Matrix attacked me and sold the character. They decided to also attack Hustle University because they saw how successful it was. And a lot of the reviews made about it, people attacking it, they never even joined. Yeah. They just go and do a review and say, Hustle University is a scam because Andrew Tate's a bad guy. And they never even join, right? Or they join and be inside for 10 to 15 minutes, scroll around, not go to any of the, not speak to the professor, not watch any of the long format videos, not try any of the things we said, and then say do a negative review because they wanted clicks. And they understood the Matrix was, at the time, the algorithm was favoring anyone who made a negative video about me. If you made a negative video about Andrew Tate, you got millions and millions of views. So they just started making up reasons saying the Hustle University is a scam, and it's bad, and it's detrimental. You're right, our payment processing was removed, and they also attacked the servers of HU because they were Matrix-owned organizations. But HU is not dead. We are still open. We're still thriving for the students inside. We changed our payment gateway to
Oh, okay.
So I bought my own payment gateway. I bought my own gateway. So now I'm Matrix. And also we're rebranding soon. We're changing the name to website. And everyone who's in Hustle University will structure. We can teach. Well, we can teach things we couldn't teach. All of our. So we have the same 18 web creation and 4+ new ones that we can teach on Matrix. So they attacked it. They attempted to destroy it, just like they attempted to destroy me, and they have failed. They failed because if you're a person who's joined a school for $50 a month and you're making $100 a month, are you going to quit because some idiot made a bad video? No, of course you're not. So we're massively successful because we are competent, and we have zero competition in the world. We're the only school you can join, and the only goal is to make money. The primary goal is to make money. Not just sit there and do exams for qualification. No, yeah, make money, and you'll make more money than you spend. It's a very simple mathematical equation. So they attempted to destroy us and they failed.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Anybody who's serious about their education, I absolutely recommend they do that. And the life path, the trajectory we put people on in life is beautiful. We've had people
Your middle tower is under attack.
Join Hustle University. 6 months later, have their War Room subscription. Join the War Room. 2 or 3 years later, they're actually they're here and they're driving around. Yeah, it's truly beautiful. It's truly beautiful. I'm the only one with Bugatti so far.
They can't join it. The Bugatti has to stay at their house.
There's people in the War Room richer than me, but they're perhaps a little bit more sucky.
Yeah, they like to move under the radar. So we were talking about what do you think? Because a lot of people they start got rich of doing it. But I feel like to a certain extent, like, yeah, okay, they put in money, it got like whatever, like times 100x. But still, you think that, okay, if it's so easy, how come people today are still not investing in it? You know, if so, like, I don't know. What do you think about crypto?
Yeah, so I'm a proponent of crypto. I do use crypto, Bitcoin, ETH, the big ones.
Okay.
I think that chasing crypto pumps is now over. We're not, the bull run's over. Stupid money is gone. Most people don't understand about crypto that it's personal. I see they launch these coins, and then they start a Telegram community. And then if you go in the community, if you're in the community, everyone's like, yeah, we're all in this together. No, you're not. You're not in this together. If you're buying, or if you're selling, if you buy crypto at $1 and then you sell it at $10, someone bought it off you at $10.
Probably in the same Telegram.
Probably in the same Telegram group. So you're literally stealing money from the other people in your community, the other people who believe in the project. You're stealing money from them. It's player versus player. They start these stupid communities so all of you sit there and don't dump so that the developer can dump.
Yeah.
You're all dummies.
All of you guys.
You're all dummies.
Yeah.
It's player versus player. And a lot of the dumb money is now gone. People who are stupid who believe in all this
They don't
crap.
get it.
They've lost all their money.
Yeah.
So now the only people left in crypto is just smart money, and that's very, very hard to steal. Right? So
enemy's
I think that the
bottom tower
idea
has
of
fallen.
chasing a pump right now is very foolish. I also think that one of the detrimental things about crypto is that it recently made people make money. Yeah, sure. The last 2 years, but people who made money with crypto didn't learn any real skills. They didn't learn sales, they didn't learn marketing, they didn't learn management, didn't learn how to deal with stress, didn't learn how to grow a company, didn't learn how to deal with taxes.
They didn't struggle.
They didn't learn
They didn't get the
anything.
pain.
They didn't struggle.
Yeah.
There was no pain. They bought a coin, they watched it go up. Now they tell the world how smart they are. They think they're a genius. They think they're too good to work, these people. Nah, I'm too smart to work. You don't understand. I know crypto. I bought this coin. My friends, every single coin went up. You're not a genius. Everything went up. All of them went up. You could have bought anything. Yeah, you were in the right place at the right time. You made a little bit of money, but you've learned absolutely zero. And unfortunately, if you have money but no lessons and you're still a dummy, that money's not going to last long, and you're going to lose it. And the world we live in now is also hyper expensive. Like, you make a couple $100,000 and you think you're rich.
You lose 20% the same.
Bro, like, the amount of money you need nowadays to be considered rich is ridiculous. I was with Dan Brazilian a couple weeks ago, and I was telling him how quickly my life has changed. I used to go to a holiday for a week, like 500, 600 pounds, right, for the week.
Yeah.
When Dan messaged me and said, hey, let's hang out, he was in France, I was in Romania, I was like, cool.
Yeah.
I had some cars in Germany I had trucked over to wait for me there because the roads are nice. I organized my jet
has
from Bucharest
fallen to the
to
Radiant.
France. I needed a security team to come with me. I hired a security team to come with me. I like to use my Romanian guys so we could get a bigger jet to accommodate them. By the time we jetted in with the security team, picked up the cars, everybody, 6 or 7 people needed 5-star hotel rooms. Everybody ate food. I
The
sat and
enemy's
had a
top
meeting with
tower
Dan.
has
I
fallen.
took the cars for a spin around the mountains, went to the spa a little bit, jumped back on the jet with the entire security team, took the cars back on truck to Germany and flew home. So by the time I had a 3-hour meeting with a friend, it cost me $4. That's how expensive the world is at the top. So when you're sitting there and you've made 200 grand on a crypto pump, and you think, oh yeah, I'm rich. You are a brokey, and you haven't even learned any lessons. You're a dumb. So I think crypto is bad for kids because it has a whole bunch of kids out here thinking they don't need to work hard, they don't need to dedicate themselves, they don't have to learn. Just chase a pump and win the lottery, and it ain't gonna happen. Go join Hustlers University instead and learn real lessons you can apply to anything so you'll never be broke. And have a real network like the war rooms, you can never be broke. It doesn't matter if Bitcoin goes to $1 million or zero. I'll make money either way. I'll make money either way. Not because I have skills. And not by day trading, not by that. I'm just going to know things other people don't know before they know them. I'm just going to have opportunities identified and presented to me before other people have them. And it doesn't matter if Bitcoin goes down to zero or it goes up to $10 million a coin. Either way, I'm going to make insanely large sums of money because of my network, because I'm respected, and because I know important people. And that's the problem with these crypto kids. They have none of that.
Yeah. So I have a question.
I like the time.
Dire structures are fortified.
My father had a saying, unmatched first capacity. I stand by that. I do like to believe that. If someone were to come up to you and say, you have to have a skateboarding competition, don't worry, the guy you're skateboarding against, you can't say, you're like, cool, and then I come, part of you be like, even I can't even skateboard. But part of you be like, Yeah, it's not this guy. You know, I'm just that guy.
Pretty good.
I'm just that guy I'm just good at stuff, and nobody wants to compete with me.
Dire's structures.
So I'm
are
good at
fortified.
everything. My weaknesses, I've strongly analyzed my weaknesses.
The enemy's top weaknesses.
I've sat around with friends with people who care about you and care about that, and said if I had to hurt you, how would I do it? If I had to do damage to me in my life, how would I do it? Where are my weaknesses? It's been analyzed and talked about and discussed that night.
Because you need to do that reflection.
You have to know. Most people don't do that. Most people don't say, if someone wants to ruin my life. So I know all of my weaknesses. I know all my weak points. Obviously, I decide to defend and guard them the best you can, but obviously not everything can be completely defended and guarded. I know what they are. I'm not going to advertise them. But I think in terms of how difficult a target on Earth is, I'm certainly one of the top hardest people on Earth to damage, whether emotionally, psychologically, physically, etc. I'm extremely difficult to damage because I live a reality in which I'm very conscious of these things, paranoid perhaps, and I'm hard to get to. Most men, you can just steal his girlfriend. Most men, you just steal his chick.
Exactly.
You steal his chick or just run up on him when he goes to the chicken chip shop. And most men are so easy to hurt. Most men you can just lie about in the media, matrix attack them, and they'll have a mental breakdown. Most men are so absolutely not mentally.
They'll say sorry.
They'll cry. I did none of that stuff, right? Most men, you can just message his girl. You just get a famous guy with a blue tick to message his girl, and bam. Before you know it, she's in his bed talking about how that man. Like most men are absolutely not easy to
They're
hurt.
controlled by all their emotions.
Completely.
But how do you detach yourself from your emotions?
It's not about detaching yourself from emotions. I feel every single emotion. Just using them all in a positive direction. If I feel extremely happy and excited, I'm going to use that as motivation to continue to do amazing things and do good and work hard. If I feel absolutely depressed and distraught, I'm going to use that as energy and motivation to do amazing things and work hard. It doesn't matter what you give me. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be converted and transferred. It doesn't matter what fuel you give me. If you give me diesel, petrol, kerosene, vodka, doesn't matter what you put inside of my engine.
Hard work is gonna come out.
Absolutely.
Success.
That's all I know how to do.
Yeah.
That's all I know how to do. It doesn't matter what fuel you put in my engine. My engine only knows how to do one thing, and that is succeed. That's all I know how to do.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you feed me with. I'm going to be massively successful regardless.
What exactly?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
First one is that.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks
This is
has
definitely.
fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
That time you had some work going on. And
Yeah, so I missed my father's funeral because I just moved.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. We now have mega creeps.
For this sake, to make sure that it cannot fail. We talked earlier about speed. That's the reason you're all poor. Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh, I'll do it late.
The
It's only an
enemy's
hour.
middle
It's
tower
only a day.
has
It's only a
fallen.
minute.
The enemy's
Competing
middle
against
tower
people like
has
me.
fallen.
So I had to make a decision. And I decided that as the whole
Radiant victory.
This was a good opportunity to learn.
every single day now, and I pay respect to him by being monumentally successful. The reason my father is talked about and discussed at length is because of the absolutely amazing son I've become.
Yeah.
I am keeping him alive forever by working so hard, by becoming so unique and individual and fantastic and humble. The world asks me about my upbringings, and then my father's memory is kept alive. So I know I made the right decision, and I know he's happy with the decision I made. A lot of people have gotten emotional and decided, oh, I had to go to the funeral and had a breakdown and went to the funeral and been sad, etc., etc.
You did what your dad thought.
I did what I was taught to do, which is perform.
Yeah.
That's what I was taught to do. I was upset, obviously. I was sad, obviously. I was heartbroken, of course. But I took all of that energy And I worked harder than I've ever
Your
worked.
turn to ban.
I worked 22-hour days for
5
months. 'cause I couldn't
seconds
sleep.
remaining.
And I became one of the most successful people on the planet.
Is that, would you say that's how you get over a tragic loss like that?
I think that any emotion you feel should be converted into positive.
Influence.
Yeah, you should do good things with any emotion you feel. I can't. And what else are you gonna do with it? And this is a genuine question. What else? If let's say your wife breaks your heart, if you're not gonna work, you can't sleep anymore. You're upset. She's running around with a new dude. You see her Instagram story. She got some new guy. You're furious and you're angry and you're jealous and you're bitter. You have all of this inside of you. But you're not going to go to the
10
gym and
seconds
work
remaining.
hard and become so fantastically in shape and so rich and so powerful
5
that no girl ever
seconds
leaves you again.
remaining.
You're not going to do that. What are you going to do with it? Text her? Try and explain to her? She doesn't care. Like, you can write the most perfect English. You can write the most beautiful words ever constructed. Forget Shakespeare.
Convincing,
You can do,
persuading.
it doesn't matter. She doesn't care. She just doesn't care. She's distracted. She forgot about it. So what are you going to do with all of that inside of you if it's not positive? Well, it's going to consume you and you're going to end up self-destructive, or you're going to embarrass yourself, or you can take all of that and put yourself in a position where it never happens to you again.
Yeah.
Those are the choices. So what's the most intelligent choice to make? You know? I don't understand how many humans function in the world today. I don't
Prepare
get people
for
who
battle.
don't think like me. I don't understand it. I'm like, well, then how have you survived this long? Life is hard. Life is difficult. Maybe I've just been unlucky, which I don't believe in, but I've had so much trauma and bad events and negativity and stress and all these things that have happened to me, and I've used all of it to be
30
monumentally
seconds to battle.
successful. If I wasn't that way inclined with the workload that God put on my shoulders, I'd just be in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah.
I just would have killed myself by now. Like, I don't understand how people are functioning. If you're not thinking like me and you're going through life with any other mindset, you've been extremely fortunate that God smiled on you and allowed you to sit around most of the time doing jack shit, and you have yet to be punished for that. I could never have lived that life. If I was a bit lazy or a bit, or I was a bit of a snake, or if I lied to people, I'd be dead by now. Like, so a lot of these people are just absolutely and utterly blessed by God that they managed to go through life with such a non-competitive mindset and they still breathing. Like, I don't understand how people can think any other way. I've spoken to dudes and like, yeah, I had a bad couple months. Why? Oh, my girl left me. You've wasted months? You've wasted months over some... Like, you had the... Think of how much God loves you to have given you the grace and given you the opportunity to waste months of human time over some chick. Like, talk about blessed head to toe. If I waste months, empires are going to collapse. I'm going to end up in a cell or dead if I waste months. I have things to do every single day. I can't waste a second. Like, these people are just absolutely infinitely blessed, and their mindset is a product of that because they're spoiled children. Absolutely spoiled children. You're going through life with any other mindset besides hyper-competitive, where you are capable of competing with some of the most dangerous men on the planet in all their forms, me and my network, and also my competitors. If you don't have that mindset, then you have to understand that you are spoiled. You're spoiled by your reality, because there's a whole bunch of people out here daily who fail. There are men out here who fail daily, and they have yet to feel the true consequence for it. They fail to go to the gym when they know they should have gone to the gym. They fail because they forgot their keys and it took them 10 minutes to find them. They fail because they replied to a question they got sent on WhatsApp the wrong way. They fail because they didn't smile when they were supposed to. They didn't say please and thank you to that person who helped them. They fail because they didn't say hi to that girl who's looking at them out the corner of their eye. They just fail perpetually. They go through life missing every opportunity and just failing. And somehow we've built a society which is so soft and God is so giving and so graceful that they still have a place to eat and somewhere to sleep, and they're still surviving. That shows how nice God is, because before this society, truthfully, if you were that level of failure, you would be dead.
Survival of the fittest.
It's survival of the fittest, and none of these men out here are fit. Their mindset isn't fit. Their reality isn't fit. They're failures. They're failures, and they're just failing every single day. Like, oh, but tomorrow I'll go to the gym. You've been failing your whole life. That's all you've done is fail. And then you sit and wonder why people like me absolutely and utterly outcompete you. It is so easy to become a top-tier male in the world today because the competition is so ridiculously low. There are 2% killers like me, and everybody else, amateur. Head-to-toe amateur. They can't even pay attention to anything. They can't try anything. They're amateurs. And it's really mind-blowing to me because I've tried with all of my computational power to imagine having a mindset different to mine. And I just can't see a reality worth having. I can't see a reality worth living. I can't see how you're going to build a life worth
Your
experiencing.
middle
when you have
tower
any
is under
choice.
attack.
I can't see it. I've never met somebody with a fantastic life who did not completely and utterly believe in themselves. I've never seen somebody massively succeed and they didn't believe in themselves. I've never seen somebody who just allows life to happen and become blown off course by some sadness, end up doing maximum things. I've never seen it. It does, and it's never going to happen because it's competitor. It's like crypto. It's player versus player.
Right.
And there's people like me out here. So when that breaks your heart and you take a few months off and she ends up on my jet and I get rid of her and I don't give a shit.
It was because you never took those months off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And if she leaves me afterwards, let's say she's like men, I'm still working. You're still crying. You can't possibly ever beat me.
Open fire.
I'll continue to beat you into eternity, as will my bloodline. You will sit and pay the price for the rest of your human years. Even your ancestors above you are disappointed in you, and your offspring for the rest of your lineage will look up and say, my great-great-great-grandfather was a loser because I broke his heart, and now we've broke ever since. It's the reality.
But you know what's crazy?
Yes.
Because
Your
I feel like
bottom
your
tower
life,
is under
when
attack.
you talk about
Yes.
it's so much struggle, but still you consider yourself the most lucky person.
I'm absolutely the luckiest man on the planet.
Still now, you still have a lot of hardship. You're getting hit from this direction, from that direction. You know what I mean? So, how do you? First of all, if you could mention some of the moments where you were really struggling, where you were really like in threats and how you consider yourself lucky even despite all this.
I'll tell you why I'm absolutely lucky, and I don't want to give too many details away, but in my previous life, I was certainly living. I knew some very dangerous people. I've done some dangerous things. There's been a few exposures.
Burn them all.
To another.
I've had attempts on my life. People have tried to stab me. I've had people try to kill me.
Yes.
I've had members of my family attempts on them. I've had a very certainly difficult life. I don't consider any of the mental stuff of this recent Matrix attack anywhere near. But the reason I'm the luckiest man on earth is God has given me endless building blocks. He's giving me endless motivation. What do we say?
Time to
endless. I have endless sources of power. I can sit here right now and recall events that will prevent me from sleeping for 2 to 3 days. That gives me a superpower that other men do not have. They want to go to sleep. They're tired. I can stop being tired for days at a time. I can just have a thought. I can remember. I can sit, close my eyes, and use the power of my brain to vividly remember events, and I will not sleep. So how
you don't need any drugs or anything.
I've never taken a drug in my life. I've never tried cocaine in my life. I've tried weed in my life. Never. I drink a lot of coffee. I smoke cigars, a bit of vodka, but I've never tried a narcotic in my life. So God has given me an endless source of power. And when people come to me and say, oh, this happened, I'm really sad, or my heart broke, or this bad thing happened to me, I say, good. Thank the Lord that He's given you this endless source of motivation. You're wasting it. That's your problem. But it's been given to you. Nitrous oxide has been given to you. You just have to use it in the correct way. So I'm the luckiest man in the world because all the bad things that happened to me have given me all the building blocks to become the most fantastic man on the face of the planet.
Yeah, you spoke about smoking. So, you smoke cigars, right?
Correct.
Shisha?
Yeah.
Sometimes. Okay. So, but vaping you hate, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And why is that?
Well, shisha's tobacco.
Yeah.
Cigars are tobacco.
Right.
It's a plant. We basically kind of know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't smoke weed at all, but I kind of get it's a plant, whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
but it's escapism. I'd say there's a difference. I'd say that tobacco is like more like a stimulant, and I'd
Your
say
middle tower
that
is
weed
under
is more
attack.
of an intoxicant.
Correct. Well, the reason I don't touch any
structures are
narcotics at all
fortified.
is because, firstly, I was a professional athlete and my blood was tested.
Your middle
I'm now
tower
35
is under
years old
attack.
without ever having tried a drug ever. Is there any point in starting now? Like I've lived my whole life without ever trying these things. Why start now? Also, when I look at some of the most degenerate, stupid, ridiculous people on the planet, they all look.
Bringing the heat.
It's not very often I meet a man who's completely head to toe, has his life in order, and he likes drugs. A lot of rich people take cocaine, yes, and I do know some of them, but I still think they'd be better without cocaine. You know, that's just genuine advice. But if you go to a festival full of brokies, full of peasants and peons, and don't try to sit there and they idolize these false idols given to them by Matrix, and they stand in a crowd of millions of other people, like an insignificant peasant, and jump up and down, wow, Diplo, wow, whoever. Yeah, just complete peasant mindset. If you look at these people and say, do you like drugs? Guess what they say?
I love it.
Oh, yeah. So I don't want to go anywhere near the peasantry, right? Because that's what it is. It's disgusting. It's peasantry. So that's why I don't take drugs. And the reason I don't like vape is because I don't think that vape is even remotely natural. Because a tobacco is a plant, okay, cool. But if you manage to get chemicals, blueberry ice.
This should make my life
easier. Blueberry ice. It's not even a flavor. It's just words. Yeah. And then you taste it and you go, that does taste like blueberry ice. How did they pull that off? Okay. I can't believe it's possibly good for me. Add in the price, add in the fact that it costs more and comes deep from the heart of China. You think they give a shit about the West just puffing away on this petrochemical? They don't care. Yeah, so if you're gonna smoke, at least smoke something, it was grown.
And I'd say, like they say the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Yes. And with tobacco, there's scientific studies about what it is. But with vape, we don't really know what's the problem.
Well, the reason I smoke is not because I'm addicted, because I have an iron mind and I can blink and cure my brain and stop smoking completely. In fact, when there's certain places I go to in the world where I was smoking,
your middle tower is under
I'm not addicted to anything. The reason I smoke is because nicotine is good for your testosterone. That's the reason I smoke. I smoke because I like nicotine.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Caffeine's a miracle. I drink endless coffee. Of course, the Matrix will come along and say too much coffee's bad for you, too much meat's bad for you. They say anything.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Caffeine. People don't understand that coffee changed. Before coffee and caffeine, we were addicted. We were living our lives in the rhythm of the sun. We got up when the sun came up. We went down in the sun. We didn't go against it very much. With the Industrial Revolution and caffeine, the introduction of caffeine, we now had night shifts. We now had double shifts. Think about this. If a job introduces a coffee break, if a company says, stop working and drink this coffee, that's because the coffee
middle tower has fallen.
Is worth the time they let you not work, because you make up for it plus some. That's how powerful it is. And what's actually interesting about me is I haven't been awake without caffeine in years. Yes. I drink coffee every single day. So I thought about this and I thought, maybe life's better. So I took a week off of coffee. And there was zero advantage. I didn't sleep any better. I felt pissed off. I didn't feel like I could focus as well. I was more tired, but I couldn't sleep any better. It was weird. I was just like, this isn't me. Now, obviously, I'm still a hyper-competitive individual. I still went to the gym. I still did my work. I'm still the top G. But I didn't feel as good.
No benefits.
There was no benefits. So after a week, I had a cup of coffee, and it was like, the miracle is back. It's develop a coffee addiction. It's fantastic. There's nothing bad about caffeine. I have 10 to 15 coffees a day every single day, and I will do to the day I die. And so just to finish off for my vices, coffee's not a vice. I want the caffeine. Smoking's not a vice. I want the nicotine. These are drugs that I believe are genuinely good for me. The only vice, I guess, is alcohol, and although it looks like it's in my videos, I drink a lot.
All fired up.
And you don't get drunk.
And I'm a professional, so for me to get drunk, it has to be a controlled, closed environment, or I have to have a security team. I will not get drunk.
Fire away.
It's either in my house with armed guards outside, or it's on a yacht, which is it's on a yacht, which is in the middle of the ocean. Or it's very difficult for me to get drunk because I don't like to lose control.
I'm going.
Like that. And 9 times, in fact, 9.999 times out.
Temperature rising.
Yeah, I think you're talking about coffee. The problem is the more you have, the less effect it gives you. So then the more you need to have.
Well, that's what you think.
Burn them all.
But when you quit it,
because your body doesn't know that.
No. I stick to the base. I have 10 to 15 coffees a day. That's what I have. I don't think I could.
Swelter.
It does something. It is. You know, you see, take cold showers, don't drink coffee, read books. I know they're full of shit because none of them have anything. They're all brokies. And if I were to ever meet any of these people in person, these self-help gurus, I could grab them by their necks and I could wring them to death. I know that they're not men, right? I could destroy all of them. So I'm not interested in really talking to any of them, but I thought about the coffee thing, and I thought, well, my entire reality is caffeinated. Let me try life without it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Coffee is a gift from God. Caffeine is beautiful, as is nicotine. Ingest as much as possible. And for any doctor who says that it's unhealthy, meet me in the middle. Because if I can still beat the shit out of you, then I don't want to hear your opinion. Because I think it's fine.
So, you know, you talk a lot about gym. There's a lot of, maybe you'd say like top G's or like big people who have made it in life, career-wise, money-wise, who have never been to the gym. You know, you look at like, for example, someone like Elon Musk, quite chubby, you know, or like, for example, Pablo Escobar made a lot of money, big fat guy. You know, a lot of people. I love gym. I believe it's like really good. I go almost every day. But for like, what about these other people who made it?
Yeah, firstly, I have nothing bad to say. He's toppy. But I think that a strong body is a strong mind. I think that going to the gym is important for your mental health. It is for me anyway. I train absolutely every single day. I am not on any kind of steroid. I'm not on TRT. I'm not on testosterone replacement therapy. I'm not on any kind of pill. I don't even take creatine. I don't take protein powder. Nothing. And a lot of people don't believe that about me. A lot of people say, "Oh, you know, there's pictures of me where I'm a big guy. You know?
I go like
I look
the
at this skinnier
blazes.
shirt, but they look at me without shirt. I'm like, wow, you're big. What do you take? What do you take?
What's just like
Coffee, cigars, a lot of meat, hard training. I'm 35 and I've never had a single injection in my body ever. God is my witness. I say this in podcast. Some people believe I'm not. It's kind of true. But they do. So if I ever get busted doing these things, Logan Paul is just like, I told him to drop fight.
Your top tower is under
Me and
attack.
him were back and forth. It's a long story. He was kind of cool. People in the Matrix. Like he's talking about boxing.
Your top
Yeah,
tower
you have to pass
has
the drugs
fallen.
test. Because if I start taking drugs like you are, Logan, I'll be an animal. I'm God's favorite, right? I'm an animal already. Imagine I was taking drugs on top. I'd be an animal. So he's sitting there injecting himself to just get a little bit of muscle. But I never take anything. I've never taken anything. I say that God is my witness. So I just train hard. And I only train for maybe 45 minutes to an hour each day.
Radiant
Every single morning from
structures
first
are
thing I do.
fortified.
I wake up and I train. What's amazing is I never want to do it. I wake up and I have work to do. My phone's going off. I'm on a busy day. I have to do stuff. I'm in a big mansion. There's a Lambo outside. There's a nice pool. There's 3 chicks in bikinis chilling. Yeah. They're like, hey, breakfast is ready. And I'm like, nope. I'm going to train. And I don't want to, but I still do it because that's the part of being a man. It's doing what you don't want to do.
But yeah, no, I totally agree. So I want to ask you, give me a few stories. I love your stories. Craziest story involving a girl, craziest fight story, craziest thing you ever saw, and the last one, if you can give me a crazy story which you've never mentioned before, ever.
All my stories are very long. That's the problem. They're all like they're all like 30 minutes.
They're
long.
podcasts of their own.
They're podcasts on their own. What was the first one?
The first one was craziest story involving a girl.
I've told this story before. I think somewhere you have to find it. It was when I first went to Romania.
Oh, that's hot.
Stanta, and there was a girl there.
To battle.
Who was truly beautiful. She was Ukrainian, and she. I tell the story properly so long.
Heat wave.
Oh, should we skip that one then?
No, it takes half an hour to get the context, but basically it's the story of how me and her were talking, and she was trying to get information out of me, and I was paranoid and didn't want to give her too much information, but she liked me, and I styled it off, and I worked out that she was working for the club.
I'm going.
I'm the only guy who didn't spend money on her.
Burn a path.
The story was told properly in its entirety. I'll tell you what we should do. I'll tell the overview of all the 5 stories, and then we'll in the comments to people who want to hear which story they want to hear the most, I'll do a nice 45-minute explanation of the story in depth. So the craziest story involving a girl was her, but she was a very interesting case because it showed the power of female manipulation. In fact, I've changed my mind. I'm going to tell the story. So I'm in Constanta, Romania, right? I'm in Romania. I was there. This is maybe 8 or 9 years ago. I watched some foreigners who went there. I was in a club, and there was an absolutely beautiful girl, and I went over to her and said, hello.
Time to hot foot it.
I said, can I buy you a drink? And she said, yes.
Burn them up.
At the time, I didn't have the kind of money I had now. So I said,
Warmer.
This, yeah, I didn't say beer, but I styled it off. I said, oh, so you can't really say that, right? So oh, champagne. You should enjoy a lot of champagne. I'm about to leave out something I'm saying, so we'll do it sometime in the future. You have to be smooth about these things. James Bond, right? Because I didn't want to buy a $1,500 bottle of champagne.
Yeah.
So I styled it off, got her number, left. We're texting back and forth. She seemed like a really nice girl. Absolutely and utterly beautiful. My standards are ridiculously high because I'm not a peasant like everybody else. I only associate with
I heard only
I can
Your
have anything I
bottom
want.
tower is under
And I
attack.
kinda like that. So I live with very, very high standards. So she
Your
was
bottom
truly
tower
beautiful.
has fallen.
The next day I met her. We
Your
had
middle
lunch,
tower
and
is under
again
attack.
she tried to kind of hint at this drink, and again I styled it off. That night I saw her on another man's table, and they were buying all this champagne. And I
Your
was
middle
kind of a
tower
little bit
is under
annoyed
attack.
because I thought I bagged her like a really beautiful girl, and she's now on this table, and all the champagne's coming. So whatever it is, what it is. I left it. I still text her a little bit back and forth.
Your middle
And
tower
it became this
has
running
fallen.
joke. Why won't you buy me a bottle of
Your bottom tower
Or is
has
it getting
fallen.
hot?
She was also
Your
asking, she was
middle
quite
tower
inquisitive.
is under
So
attack.
what's your job? What are you doing? Trying to ask her lots of questions, and I wouldn't answer any of them. I'd always style it off with a clever answer. What's your job?
Your middle tower is under attack.
So,
Your middle
yeah,
tower
we ended
has
up becoming
fallen.
really good friends throughout the summer. And
Open
eventually
fire.
she came over specifically to make men spend money. And she had a script. And she said,
Yes.
you're the only, when she drunk a little bit of champagne that night, to be fair, she was a little bit drunk. She said, you're the only man I've ever met who didn't.
I'm going.
You're the only man I've ever met who didn't follow my script in. This is script. And she showed me
Attack.
his Facebook. She showed him her Facebook logs. The man was in there. Meet the next day. Then after about 2 or 3 dates,
Heat wave.
she'd say, I can't fall in love with somebody who lives far away. Life. Last time I was with a man like this, my heart was broken, and she'd copy and paste this long message. The guy would start begging for her back. She would wait about a day and a half. And
Oh,
hit
yeah.
me. Okay, I'll come meet you, but I don't want to come. It's too long. I love you. I want to be some friends, and we'll go to this
Like a
place. And we'd go and spend
wildfire.
more money on more girls, more champagne, more meals. And it was this script, and every man was falling for it
Quick.
in exact order. And it was copy and paste messages. Every single dude fell for it, just chasing this girl, promising her
Yes.
anything, taking her and all her friends to whatever place she needed to go that day for the commission. And this is like 8-9 years ago. She said she was making like $20,000 to $25,000. She's something crazy. She was like 19.
Sphere.
Like her bought her family a house. But
battle.
like literally enriched her family
Top
off the
G
back.
woman stuff.
Yeah, top G. Yeah, she was absolutely amazing. And look at that. It just showed how
Fire
stupid
away.
men were. Every single man was falling for the same trick, all of it, head to toe. And
Time to hot.
after that, we got a bit closer, and she was we fell in love, let's say. And it was kind of funny. It became a thing where I said, I'm not buying you a thing.
Because you don't want to be one of those guys.
Tap water only.
Time to
So
hot.
I was like, I'll get you tap. You want tap water? She was like, oh, made a big joke of
Give her
it.
a joke,
She
yeah.
was buying the drinks. And she had more money than me.
Burn,
So
baby, burn.
yeah, that's one of the craziest stories involving.
But you have to stand out. So they just want someone to stand out.
I think it's
Yes.
yeah. I mean, it was going on for weeks. There's a lot of nuance to it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not
Oh,
saying
yeah.
don't buy girls drinks. In fact, if I meet a girl now and she wants a drink, I'll certainly buy her one. It was just a very unique scenario, a unique circumstance that kind of led into a story. The night
They think she's the one.
I'm under attack.
Do you believe in the one? I don't know.
Every
My
there's,
flame burns
I don't think
bright.
there's ever going to be one person that you're truly compatible with. I think you have your life in order as a man, truly
On it.
completely in order, then you're compatible. I think that if you're a man and you're struggling to find somebody you're compatible with, that's probably because you're a loser. If your life's in order, then you're compatible with a lot of women. Like me, for example. I don't need a woman to mother me. I don't need a woman to motivate me, to tell me to stop playing video games. I don't need her to do anything for me. I need her to be happy,
I'm going.
positive, protect my spirit, pray for me. Maybe little things, make me a coffee, some kind of small gesture. But
Yes.
my money's right, my motivation's right, my life is right. And if she is associated with me, by proxy,
like the
she's going to have a
blazes.
fantastic life. I can't fly. Like, she's going to end up on jets, she's going to end up in the five-star hotels, she's going to end up not having to worry about money, she's going to end up in the best restaurants. By proxy, she's going to have a very fantastic life.
Like
So
a
you'll
wildfire.
find that if your expectations of a woman are for her to be happy, and you have a lifestyle that makes her happy, a lot of women are pretty happy, and you get along with basically all of them. It's kind of amazing how that works. It takes a very special type of character to still be dislikable in those kind of scenarios. Whereas if your life is less perfect or your reality is less impressive, then you need a girl who's happy to be bored, and then it becomes hard. But I don't have any of those problems.
Craziest fight story. It could be street or in the ring.
Yeah, I can't tell you the story of.
Like a
All right,
lion.
I'll tell you a very rough version of it.
Yes.
I can't say why, but I had a problem with this guy. And, I was also kickboxing doesn't make money like boxing. Right? When you're kickboxing, I was like one-time world champion. You're making like 30, 40, 50 grand a fight, but you're fighting like twice a year, and it's yeah. I mean, towards the end, I was getting 5, 6 fights a year, and I was doing better. But when you're fighting like twice a year, and you have to pay your coach and your taxes, you're living in London, you're not rich. So I was making some money on the side. I had and we were kind of texting back and forth, and he stopped replying to me. Totally stopped replying.
Your middle barracks are under
Texted me
attack.
a few more times, and he just totally stopped replying to me. And about
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle barracks are under attack.
car. Even to this day, if I walk to my car at night, especially if it's raining,
Your middle barracks is fallen.
I was walking to my car and I heard footsteps behind me. This is one of the reasons I hate heavy use stuff.
Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Anyone who
Your
has
middle
airports
tower
like
has fallen.
headphones.
Your middle
I heard
tower
it
has
first.
fallen.
I heard it even quickly.
I'm under
Your ancient
And,
is under
that was my neck up.
to battle. How's your feet?
I hit him, but
victory.
it was sloppy out. I was sloppy. He wobbled. He took a step back. Because I was bleeding so much, I thought I'd been stabbed properly. And I ran. But I could have been dead. And the only reason I'm not is because I heard him coming. I didn't see him coming. And that's why to this day, if I sit in public and I see somebody with AirPods in, I feel nervous for them. I can't explain it. I get anxious. It's like seeing somebody about to touch a chainsaw. Like you're like, whoa, don't do that. When I see somebody and they're like, I'm like, you are so killable. Yeah, like it's unbelievable. Because I heard it coming, and if I walk to cars at night on my own now, especially if it's raining, I have to check back and that thing. So that was a story. But that's not a fight. That's the thing about the real world, is that the real world is violent, and you'll often see that the idea of fighting is misunderstood. Even now in the war in Ukraine, I guarantee most of the men who got killed were never in a fight. You're doing your job. You didn't stand a chance. They didn't know they're dead, right? You're doing your job, and bang. Very few were in a fight and then died. Less than 5%. The truth is about the world and violence is that there's very rarely combat. If he would have got me in my neck, I was a world champion kickboxer. What combat was there?
How many muscles you have?
I would have died. So the idea of fighting is misunderstood. The world is a violent place, and violence is never fair. And anyone who says, "Oh, I do jiu-jitsu," that you're a dummy. Because if somebody wants you dead, they will kill you. And I'm lucky there was only him. You know, like nowadays they come in groups of 10, and then you die. That's it. You will die. And that's why I am the way I am, and that's why I also understand there's not a man on the planet who I couldn't get if I didn't want to get him. If somebody hurt my family, I could get him. There's not a man on the planet I could not get. And I know, and I also know there's men in the world today who are thinking we'll try and get Tate. There are groups of men who wake up each day and they don't want me to breathe anymore. And you have
10
to
seconds
anticipate
remaining.
that and do your very, very best to prepare for that. The world is a dangerous
5
place.
seconds
It's a dark
remaining.
place, and there are people out there that are evil. And I don't think anyone can actually understand how truly evil some men can be. It's inside of us, and yeah, that's my fight story. But I don't like the idea of fighting, especially on the street. I will do my absolute best to avoid and de-escalate. And if it gets past the point of de-escalation, then it goes to pure violence for me. I don't believe in fair fights. Hey, bro, see you outside. I don't believe any of that shit. I'll pull the strap and just end all. I'm not playing games with anybody because it's when it's
So one of the most recent interviews you did, it got very heated. It was like the Piers Morgan interview.
I've got fire in my
And,
eyes.
You know, a lot of those clips are going viral. I feel like it was a complete very
Prepare
very
for battle.
unorganized.
Yeah.
He never let you speak.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that whole thing? Because that's like the most recently like the biggest interview
Yeah, it
you've
was
done.
an attempted character assassination.
Oh, yeah.
99.6% of all of the comments on the video are positive
For
towards
you.
me.
Commentate W.
Yeah, commentate W. So 99.6%, I know that because the world
30
analyzed it.
seconds to battle.
So it was a PR win. I was deliberately softer than I could have been. I could have destroyed him. But the Matrix is looking for new reasons to attack me, and I'm not going to give them rope to attempt to hang me with. So I knew that that was a Matrix-led
Because
attack.
you were very silent.
Yeah, it was a Matrix-led attack, and I adjusted accordingly, and it turned out to be a massive PR victory for me. So thank you very much, Brisbane.
You did well.
I win.
Why would you? That's why
The
you agreed to
battle
do it, right?
begins.
You didn't-
Yes.
I knew it was a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was a trap.
Like your dad said, I let the line.
Yeah, I allow manipulation to find out where my enemy
I'm
wants
going.
me to go, and then my mind to break the track and punish the perpetrators.
Ah!
Those quotes, and he's absolutely right. I still do that to this day. I'll sit and watch the news.
Bring in the heat.
New variant. Be afraid of the new variant. I need 17 injections. Okay, let's see. Let me watch this. I'll watch all of it.
First,
I'm gonna understand how manipulation to find where the enemy wants me to go. And because if you don't know where they want you to go, you might end up going on accident.
And you don't know where you should be.
Correct, right? If you completely ignore the enemy's attack
Fire
and manipulate it, you might end up where they want you to be on accident,
Quick.
Yeah.
right? So I watch it. What do you want me to believe?
Oh, that's
This
hot.
is what you want.
Okay.
Bullshit. Next.
I'm
Not
like-
doing that.
I'm the opposite.
Completely. You have to allow manipulation to find out where your enemy wants me to go, and then use your mind to break the trap. So I allow people to try all the time, so I can understand their aims and goals very, very effectively. I have to understand exactly what they're trying to get out of it. So that I can
Burn a
make sure that-
path.
Yeah. So, you know, we talked a lot about your dad on this podcast, and you've talked about him a lot. But what role did she play in your life?
My mother's a fantastic mother.
She's still alive.
Still alive.
I can
yeah.
lick blazes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I take care of her. She's rich now.
Yeah.
I send her money. She's too much. Oh, she has like a
Heat
panic attack. Yeah, she's good. She was a good mother.
How did you feel about where you are now with all this, like, emotion?
She's an she always knew I was nothing. You know, but I remind her of
Flash and
Revolution.
yeah, but she's always an honest proud of me, but she doesn't
All
ever give me
fired
any kind
up.
of advice.
burn. Oh, yeah. My fever breaks.
I will see you
very much like
in the underscape.
yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, top G. Don't worry about it. Okay. I hope you know what you're doing. I know
feel
what I'm
like
doing.
You would never, in any case, you would never like show her anything.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
young firebrand.
I love my mother with all my heart.
Yes.
I'm glad she's been shielded from all those things. She
Like a wildfire.
knows that her son is monumentally successful. I don't want her to ever be worried. I don't even tell her.
Yes.
I don't want her to worry about me.
Burn them up.
Earlier about how mentally strong I am. It doesn't matter. I'd actually argue the contrary. I think that women demonized and bitter.
Time to hot.
Women should be happy. I think that their job inside a
Your
relationship
bottom
is
tower is under
quite
attack.
often is to be a beacon of light, to be sunshine, and to be a cheerleader. For me in my life, the only way a woman can truly support me is to be constantly positive. I'm fantastic at everything. I can't meet a woman who can do anything in my life besides when I come home pissed off. She's like, hey, yeah, smile. You know, like, and being positive to females is extremely
What a
feminine
punk.
quality.
So
And
you don't want, sorry, you don't want females that like too much like, you say like you like a female that like challenges you mentally or.
but they can't.
No, but I ask you questions.
No, I'd love to have a conversation with my partner about interesting things. I love to talk about things. But my life is too
I'm
complicated
going.
for me to come home to my woman. And my life is far too complicated and large. I can't come home to a woman I'm dating and saying, this man tried to kill me.
She'd go crazy.
What's she gonna do? Go kill him? What's she gonna do?
She'd just
Like, she ain't gonna know what to do. Or I can't come home and talk about the things I talk about. Like,
Put me out.
what are you talking about? And then they're gonna
Unmatched what?
yeah, then they're gonna panic. Yeah, And so then, right, it's better if I come home and the man's trying to kill me and he said, what happened to you? And I say, I don't want to talk about it. And they're just like, oh, I'll take care of you. Do you want coffee? Do you want tea? But that's better, right? So
Your middle
I think
tower
that
is under
a
attack.
woman being positive and being happy is a very feminine quality.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Boys on my team is the opposite. I come and say,
Get moving.
yeah, it's different.
Yeah. So, when you talk a lot about money, I want to ask you, how much is enough money? Like, 'cause I know right now, I don't know how much you're worth. I don't know if you
Guess.
feel that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I read online.
I'm going.
Really? Okay, but so what? How much? Are you aiming for a billion, or like, are you happy now?
I want 900.
After you get a billion, they get you. So
They're gonna get you. I'm gonna try my best.
Heat wave.
But truthfully, after
My flavor.
no, like after $20 million, you don't want to buy a jet and you don't want to buy a yacht. You're never gonna need it, really, because there's nothing.
I can rent.
Your top tower
You can
is under
charter
attack.
yachts and charter jets. which is probably
Divine
smarter anyway.
scepter.
I had a jet. I owned one for a few months.
Light 'em up.
Yeah. Top G's jet. I'm not having it.
No,
I don't know where I am. So
Elon Musk, some kid on Twitter is
I
like
know,
just
man.
junking his jet.
I know. It's criminal. Yeah. So if you don't buy a yacht, it's very expensive to buy a jet. You can buy a nice house in most places on the planet. You can buy good cars. You can buy some fine watches. You can buy some nice clothes, and that's all there is to buy. What's actually kind of amazing to me is when I
Radiant
was poor, I thought,
structures
I'm
are
rich, I can have
fortified.
this stuff, and now I'm rich. I can buy anything I want. There's nothing to buy.
Looks like
There's nothing to buy.
tower is under
Clothes,
attack.
I already have too many. My wardrobe's completely full head to toe. Don't wear most. Diamond watches, you get 10. How many do you really need? Cars, I have 28. I drive like 4.
Your top
Like,
tower is under
what's
attack.
there to buy? Coffee.
swelter.
There's nothing to buy. Like so the money is just about influence and power.
Burn 'em up.
Now, because I'm a workaholic and because I refuse to be a lazy person, because I am addicted to
I
my
go
mission,
like the
I keep
blazes.
accidentally and I don't need it. I have nothing to do with it. Just money. Okay, let's do it. But yeah, but there's nothing to buy. So I say once a year, I'm you drive the car you want, you wear the clothes you want.
So why 999? Why 999?
That was kind of a joke about not wanting to be a billionaire, because I think once you get to billionaire status, you're free of trouble. I don't know.
But for me, I want to be like that billionaire because like it's just.
I don't know, but if you're a billionaire, you need to be aligned to a government.
The
You need to
enemy's
really
middle
choose a
tower
side.
has fallen.
I feel like you need to belong to either the Western Hemisphere or the Eastern Hemisphere. You need degree of governmental protection. You need to be political.
Your top tower is under attack.
I think that once you're a billionaire,
Stoke those flames. I'm coming
you
in.
have to join a team.
Your top tower
Whereas right
is under
now,
your top
I'm
tower
effectively
has fallen.
I can make that
Quick.
I'm in the UAE. I could also find a friend who else. I can change I think my ability would already have to chose to say if that makes sense.
Your top tower is under attack.
When hustles you work, when you make works. But there were some.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe you know what I was thinking. Maybe once he buys it because you like him, maybe
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, if I come back and forth, if I come back and forth. Yeah. We'll see.
Your
God
bottom
has a
tower
plan.
But
has
why
fallen.
all the people who have been like censored or like removed? Why don't they all join one platform? Because I feel like everyone's joining different platforms.
Like
That when like Trump has his own thing, you know, you're quiet on Rumble.
Like a
Someone else
wildfire.
on another platform.
I get it.
If they all joined one,
Your
I feel like that
bottom
would be
tower
really
is
strong.
under
Well,
attack.
I feel Rumble where I am now, which is rumble.com. I think
Slash and burn.
There's a lot of Twitter. Getter, Truth Social,
I'm under attack.
You have all these. But I think that video.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Serious about it.
Yes.
Certainly a stock to buy. It's $10.
It's not time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
In the last 3 days. Matrix attack.
To battle.
Podcast might be so it might be as it stands at the current time of filming. So it's gone down to like $6 or $7, which is a fantastic.
Oh,
offer.
yeah.
It's gonna go up to 50.
I'm going.
People are tired of the censorship and they're tired of the one version of events. They're tired of the single pole, the
Heat
one polar
wave.
world, and they want to see opposite points of view. And people are starting to understand that they can control all the information and control the narratives, and they can control reality. That's why I call it the Matrix.
Yeah.
If all of the news you read is written by one person, and they don't allow
Fire away.
and they control and create a reality. That's why I call it the Matrix.
Your top tower is under attack.
Any use is not true is deleted.
Time to
Any
hot
version
foot
of
it.
reality we're going to allow to exist, and they're porting false reality into our minds to follow. That's why
Burn
Your
up.
top tower is under attack.
Temperature rising. I go blazing.
yeah,
Top
people always
tower
use
is
my
falling.
biggest haters.
It's not time.
I get insults, right?
Hey,
You're bald. And I'm like, but no, the genuinely imagine somebody sitting out there. They have no
Radiant structures are falling.
most beautiful man on the planet, physically in shape, desired by all the females he could possibly ever want,
Everything that man
strong network, multi-millionaire, living a dream.
Your
and
top
going,
tower is under attack.
but you're bald. Like, it's just, it's amazing to me. What's crazy is I'm not bald. I shave my head. I can grow my hair out like you if I wanted to.
Ah, okay.
I can grow my hair out, no problem. I shave my
Your
head.
top
Yeah,
tower
I've told, and I've told, yeah, and I've told the
Your
story.
middle
I've told the
tower
story.
has fallen.
But I just think it's truly amazing. Truly how dumb you must be. And to watch all my content and say, he's teaching so many things.
Radiant
I can join
structures are
Hustlers University.
fortified.
Close to this man, his organization, and I can have a fantastic life. And instead of doing that, you sit and think,
Fire in the hole.
like, how dumb.
I felt bad actually.
But how dumb are these people?
Like a
it's
wildfire.
and unfortunately, the law of averages ensures that half the people and that's just the way the averages work. So there are some extremely stupid
It's
people,
chilly.
and
Throw
they just
another
are
hero on the
uninterested in
fire.
in even progressing their own lives. There are people out there. You can't make a dream. Some people just are born to lose. And no matter what you do, they're just born to lose. And those are the people who insult me. The people who insult me are completely and utterly born to lose.
But do you think that these people who are like less intelligent or like more happier and I
Yes.
feel like intelligence sometimes where it's like the more intelligent you are,
I think it's two ways. I know what you're saying.
Like a wildfire.
Others, yeah, because they don't understand. They don't understand what battles between people. They don't
Burn a
understand
path.
the Matrix. They don't understand that they're slaves. They don't understand it, and they're ignorant to how good their life could be.
To battle.
I understand, but that all things those people
Armageddon lost a snap.
change country. I
Your
can fight
bottom
against
tower
them.
is under
I can
attack.
disappear. I am the source.
Your bottom
Tate
tower
our
has
eyes.
fallen.
The
I'm
circumstance
going.
dictates their life, and on a long enough time scale, especially in the world we're currently living in, I think that things are getting
Time to hot foot
and
it.
we will see soon that ignorance is not bliss because they cannot pay their heating bill, whereas if they were less ignorant,
Open fire.
me.
Getting warmer.
So this is what happens, and it's good
On
until it
it.
isn't, being ignorant. And also, I don't think God knows. I don't think most people out here are ignorant. I don't think most, but I'll say this now. I don't think most people out here are ignorant. I think that most people out here are cowards.
Quick.
and the truth speaking.
Yeah, I think they choose to be ignorant because they're cowards. They pretend there's no battle. They pretend there's no fight because
Burn
they're
a
just
path.
fight. But most people out here understand everything I said. Most people out here understand that there's
I'm going.
evil being forced upon the youth of the children,
slow
the
burn.
youth of the world, and they're trying very hard to destroy society from
Scorch.
They're just too scared to say it and too scared to fight against it, so they pretend they don't know it because they are cowards. Ignorance is ignorance, cowardice is all. And I'll say one thing.
Yes.
This battle that we're currently embroiled in is not a battle that anybody can avoid. When God and Satan themselves decide to fight for the
Fresh meat!
Blazes.
it's a monumental fight. You're an ostrich and put your head in the sand and ignore. Reminds you the right when you're fighting externally against the enemy, or you've accepted the Matrix programming.
Your
and
bottom
sitting there
tower is under attack.
fighting against your own struggles. You're going to fight. There's no way to avoid it. So you have to make a decision. You have control of your mind, control of
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
if you want to accept evil
Your
programming,
bottom
fall back
barracks has
into
fallen.
jealousy, fighting.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen.
I wanted to ask you actually.
Your ancient is under attack.
I heard you. I saw some videos on Dota to making some music.
Dire victory.
I think it was funny.
Yeah, so I have one tattoo. It's a snake. Comes down
You're
here.
all
It's a snake.
fired.
And you have like a Japanese samurai mask. I'm the cobra. The mask is like my father guiding me towards battle. That's what this tattoo was. I had it done in Thailand quite a long while ago.
While he was alive.
Yeah, he was alive. It took me three 12-hour days. Pretty boring. Just sat there and drank Chang. Just drinking Chang. When it was over, I never even put any clean film on it. Nothing. I just went straight to jumping on the ocean, riding motorbikes. So I just left. Just fighting. Everything's totally fine. So that was that. Music, yeah, I was messing around with music for a while. I only did that because I knew a guy who wanted to be a musician. And I'd meet him and say, how are things going? He'd say, bro, we nearly finished my song and finished my album and we're gonna make more money. I was like, cool. 6 months later, I'd see him, how's things? Hey bro, almost done with the album. I was like, it's been
5
6
seconds remaining.
An album? Yeah, but you don't understand, you gotta mix the track, it takes time. Mix the track. We have computers, what, 10 minutes? Okay, two days. It's been 6 months, bro. Like, and I'd sit to him and say, it can't take this long. You're just smoking weed. You're not working. And he's like, no, you don't know. So I thought, okay, I'll make a track. So I made a song. I wrote some lyrics and hit a guy up, got a beat, got a mic. I know I'm not talented.
Yeah.
Talked, blah, blah, blah. I made a song in 2.5 hours. And I started releasing these songs I made in 2 hours. And it was just to spite that guy. Just to teach him a lesson about how speed works. It's funny
10
because,
seconds
obviously
remaining.
not because of my musical talents, but because of my influence everywhere else.
5 seconds remaining.
So I beat him. So it's like, how many views you got? 0. And it's not because the songs are good, not because I think I'm a musical genius,
5
but
seconds
because I'm
remaining.
Tate. But yeah, they're like an hour, 2 hours. I threw them together, and it was just a lesson in speed to make sure that I wasn't making any mistakes. When he was telling me it genuinely took months, I knew he was wrong, but the only way you truly know is to do. So it's like, this has to be a lie. So I made a song in 2 hours. From 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. Bang, millions of views, done. And he's still talking about his album. He's probably still talking about it today. Probably doesn't even exist. Comes out tomorrow. Yeah, be ready.
It's coming.
Yeah.
My life is gonna change.
Yeah.
Well, what does like a day in your life look like? What are your daily habits that you do to make your day good? Do you meditate? Do you do affirmations?
No, I don't meditate. I don't do affirmations.
Then I'm going
Yes.
home.
Maybe I
Prepare
meditate a little
for
bit
battle.
as I fall asleep. Maybe.
But it's not like a conscious decision.
No. I wake up. I check my phone. I go through my phone for about half an hour. I then go and I start training. As I train, I stay on my
Bring
phone
in the
until
heat.
sets. I train every day.
You're always online. I've noticed that. When I talk to you, you're always online. You
Permanent.
reply second.
Permanently. 17 hours.
30 seconds to
Oh,
battle.
wow. Can we see your screen time?
17 hours. I can't show my phone.
Okay, never mind.
But 17 hours of screen time.
I believe you though.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So if I'm awake, I'm on.
Oh yeah.
I'm a phone addict, I guess you can call it. But that's where all the important things happen.
Yeah.
I have an empire. I have an empire that's
Help
spans
swell.
across 2,500. I'm on my phone. I know that for peace of mind, I should use my phone less.
Heat wave.
Don't conquer.
I want to conquer the Genghis Khan did not want peace of mind. If he did, he would have
The
solved
battle
it. I don't want peace of mind.
begins.
I wake up, train, stay on my phone, then I begin working.
heat
I'm doing a
is on.
podcast now. If I'm not doing a podcast, or if I'm not driving, or if I'm not fighting, I'm on. And I live my entire life online, and I'm awake and I'm working. If I sit and have
The
a
young
show tonight at
firebrand
10 p.m.,
returns.
and there's a whole bunch of hot girls around, and my brother's there, and we're all chilling,
To
and we're
battle.
talking. I'm doing all that while I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
I am working at the same time. I can easily sit and manage a multi-million-dollar empire and talk to some bimbo at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm not an idiot. It's not hard. I
Burn 'em all.
work.
But when you-
All I do is work. All I do is work. I don't know how else to say it to you. People meet
Light
me
'em
and
up.
I'm surprised. I thought you'd be like. I'm surprised how like quiet you are and you're just working. Correct. I have a very, very
Yes.
large and vast empire across huge swaths of the world and different industries. And anything I ever wanted, if I want a beautiful female or Bugatti, another one, or $100 million or whatever, I'm going to get it via my phone. So I work. That's who I am. That's what I do. In fact, the video just released on YouTube, and it was from here in Dubai. It's 12 minutes long. It's
To
behind the
battle.
scenes of Tate. And
I
it's
just
a
saw
camera guy. Yeah, yeah.
Dubai, change Dubai.
Yeah, and there's one of the comments on there is, wow.
You're in the desert. You're on a table with like 5 years.
Who put me out?
I work. If I'm awake, I work. From the second I'm awake, first thing I do is check my phone. The last thing I do before I close my eyes, I'm on my phone. I am working.
Yeah.
That's all I do.
And you run on like very low sleep.
I probably sleep
bring that
4 to
heat.
5 hours a night. I don't necessarily recommend that. I know some people need more. It's actually interesting. I sleep like
Time to hot
4 to
foot.
5 hours a night, maybe average, for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and then I'll get to a point where I just need to sleep.
Hot loot.
And I'll sleep a bunch, and then I'm back.
Burn a path.
And then I'll go to bed at 3, I'm back up at 8, go to bed at 4, up at 8. But then
I'm going.
I put my phone in airplane mode so that they know I'm not getting it.
Burn 'em up.
If they're coming through and I'm not replying, people panic. That's how much I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone so much that if messages are being delivered and I don't reply to them, people start panicking. It's here. Have they got it? Have
I'm
they got
under
it?
attack.
You know, because there's people trying to get me. So
I
I
feel
have
like
to
the
put airplane mode,
blazes.
which doesn't really fix it, because I guess if they do get me, it might be the day my phone gets busted. I don't know. But it's kind of the thing I do for the people who care about me. But yeah, I work. That's why no one's ever gonna beat me. There's a whole bunch of other people and like gurus and self-help coaches and these people online. None of them have been through the things I've been through. Most of them are still kids. Like I don't even know how old you are, and I state it. Okay, 20, perfect. So I state this with absolute respect. You don't know shit about life.
Heat wave.
You just don't. You haven't lived enough. You can be smart, but you can't be wise. Anybody who's taking advice from a 25-year-old on the internet, you're not. At 25, I was stupid.
That's why I'm gonna give you advice.
Correct. But at 25, I was dumb, and I'm the smartest man on the planet. So like, if you're sitting here and you're watching some guy's videos and just Google his age, don't listen to none of these people, right? They can have opinions, they can be entertaining, they can interview others, they can give their insights, but also keep in mind they are still young, right? As a man, it takes a long time. You have to go through a bunch of crap to learn things. Pain. So nobody can outwork me. Nobody can outcompete me. Nobody has a network like mine. And we're talking about me doing 17 hours a day. I have thousands of people on my work schedule. Like I have 100 people who work for me directly. I have thousands of people inside the war room, and 170,000 people who, if I were to send them a message, people want to know, how do you conquer the algorithm? How do you do this? How do you do that? The number of hours of work that you've done per day in the name of Tate is immeasurable. It's incalculable. It's 5,000 people. Well, let's do the math. 5,000 very competent men doing 17-hour days in the name of Tate. No one's ever going to beat me. The internet is mine. I own it. You go on TikTok for 10 seconds, it's me. It's Tate Talk. It's the same with Instagram Reels. It's all mine. There's no competition. Nobody, doesn't matter how big your ad spend is, doesn't matter what marketing agency you go to, you will always lose to me for eternity. Until the day they finally put a bullet in my head, I own the world. I will continue to own the world. All of it is mine. And anyone who thinks that I get to the top and slow down is a fool, because I do the absolute opposite. I will crush all of my competition for head to toe. There isn't even any competition. There's nobody on my level. And I'm still out there.
Why don't you stop the work?
I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. And that's my competitive advantage. I don't want to do that.
The enjoyment for you is the word, not the...
Completely. Other people are like, oh, I'm here now, so I can now go on holiday. I can now. I don't want to stop working. I don't want to. I don't want to relax. Is this relaxing? I'm going to try and relax for the first time in my life. We'll do this here on Live. Ready? Ready? Am I supposed to want to do that? What was that? What was it? Like, what, is that it? Is that the dream?
Doing nothing.
Is that the goal? Like, and if I'm not on my phone, my brain is preoccupied and anxious about what's happening on my phone, so it's better to just be on it. Like, I don't want to relax. I don't want to stop.
Ain't no rest of the week.
No, I don't want. I don't want to stop. That's why nobody will ever beat me. All these other people, they want to take time out of their life.
They're working to relax.
They're working to relax, or they want to go on a date with that. I'm at the point now where I look at a beautiful woman and go, I can go on a date with her, and she's absolutely gorgeous, and perhaps we'll fall in love, and it'll be great. But you know what? I'd rather. I don't want to be off my phone. I don't want to date girls. I just want to conquer the earth. I don't care about anything else.
Well, last thing I'll say, because I know that they're gonna put clips on this, and they're gonna put one song, and that song is like your anthem. Do you play that in the car? Like, you know?
I don't know how that became my anthem.
Yes.
Someone on TikTok just did it. I'd love to meet. I should meet the singer.
Yeah, Indila. That's what I was gonna say. You know, she's
Light 'em
not
up.
your age difference is not allowed.
No, she's my age.
Yeah.
I don't know if she likes
Your
me or
bottom
hates me.
tower
She might love me. She
Yeah.
might hate me. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah. She'd love you
Has
because you make her song viral. And she likes your
She might be inside of the Matrix.
I think,
Mine.
yeah.
You don't know.
Make a Tate special with that.
Yeah, maybe I'd like to meet her one day, but I don't
Your
know how that
bottom
became my
tower
theme
is
song.
under
Someone
attack.
started it and it just became my theme
And you
song.
never listen to that in the car, like pulling
Never.
up.
No idea.
Alright, Andrew, thank you so much for your time. I
Regeneration.
really appreciate it. I cannot appreciate this enough.
Your bottom
You know,
tower
you've-
is under
you've
attack.
come on the podcast. You've agreed. You've come alone, by the way, which is insane. I thought you'd have a team of people like around
Burn
you.
a path.
You drove up here alone in your own
Your
car.
bottom tower
It's
is
like
under
you find
attack.
people in here that are all from my side. Just like you're Andrew, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
What's anyone gonna do to you?
It's interesting because we're in Dubai.
Yeah.
When I'm in London and I go to a
Bottom
podcast,
tower
there's
is
six guys,
That's what I'm
security,
expecting.
armored
I
car.
was expecting I'd have to sign 5 documents before I start. You look through everything. Man just sat here, ask me whatever you want. He's like this.
Quick.
Yeah, ask me anything you want. I'm ready. Yeah.
My G, bro. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro.
Slow burn.
Thank you.
Guys, if you're watching this video and you stay till the end, I really appreciate your time. Do hit the subscribe button. You can find Tate on...
Yeah, CobraTape.com. Sign up for the email letter there. We have
To
a newsletter
battle.
which is completely free if you like the things I've said. But CobraTape.com and the newsletter.
Take care, guys. See you next episode. Peace.
Content creators, new here. My name is Blake. I try to do a live stream at least once a week, and I post content whenever I can.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left to burn.
And go full time with this. My friend Nick Nimmin is not in today, so I decided I would fill in on a Saturday. So
Like a
here we
wildfire.
are. Let's go ahead and jump into everything. I've got start here. Definitely will be taking
I'm going.
super chats if anyone wants to do that. Also,
None
going
to
to
burn.
be joining the lovely.
Yes.
That is what I'm going to be doing. But yeah, something I can tell you.
Fire away.
Your middle tower is under
doing,
attack.
1,600 videos on this YouTube channel, almost to 600,000
Heat wave.
subscribers. Is one thing I can definitely do is I can show you the real breakdown behind the scenes. And the other thing that I can do is I can also help you why some smart luck when
Dire
actually
structures are
it really comes down to
Blazes.
math more than luck. And people use all kinds of weirdness to try to justify the stance. They'll throw out things like survivorship bias. I don't think they actually understand the thing that they're talking about. Because they're not looking at the terms of success. Now, like, I'm not gonna completely say that survivorship bias doesn't exist. It's just that it's not really a thing that's indicative of being a content creator, because being a content creator is actually a profession. It's actual skills that you need to be a successful content creator. And the other thing is that people come up with subjective versions of being a successful content creator, and I kind of want to go against that. I actually do not want to attribute the subjective versions of being a successful content creator, because I don't think that it's actually helpful when you're talking about developing your career. If you talked about developing your career as a graphic designer, we would not use subjective measurements of being a successful graphic designer. We talked about being successful as a content writer. We would not be dealing in subjective measurements of being a full-time writer. Why do we have subjective successful content So I'm going to tell you how I define content creator through various levels of success. Various levels of success. When we're talking about career-based content.
Like a wild. Your middle tower is under attack.
There's nothing wrong with being a hobby-based content creator, but we need to separate
fire in the hole
between I'm a hobby-based content creator. I want to do okay, great. You're a hobbyist.
I'll fire
There's
out.
no
Your
offense
middle
in saying
tower
you're not
has
a
been
serious
denied.
content creator and you're not making the same commitments as someone who wants a career. It's no different than saying that you enjoy playing basketball, play for a team in the pro levels of the NBA and have a career. It's very different. Obviously a better odds of being a content creator. But to make this point to say, if you want to be a successful content creator, one of the first things you should do is meet the monetization requirements of the platform that you're on. If it's YouTube specifically, you want to build a successful YouTube channel, meet the YouTube monetization requirements. So that is number one. Meet the YouTube monetization requirements. What happens is, if you meet the YouTube monetization requirements, you get to go into this section called Earn.
Yes.
Excuse me, I got the sniffles a little bit. You get to go into the section called Earn, and then there's multiple ways for YouTube to pay you out if you get monetized. So that means now when you're doing something, you're not really doing it purely for hobby mode.
Your top tower is under attack.
There's actual potential.
Burn a path.
Bountiful.
It's not time yet. I'm under attack, hey? I'm going.
And if you're doing live streaming, you can earn super chats, so you can get donation-based fan funding revenue. In either case, you can do memberships, so you can be paid by people who want to support you on a regular basis. You can get sponsorships, so you could work with brands. YouTube also has a called Brand Connect. You can sell directly to your audience with YouTube Shopping.
Double damage!
YouTube Shopping to do that. And now if you do shorts, there's shorts feed ads. So that's another way for you to earn. So you have these different ways directly in the platform itself to monetize your YouTube channel. Technically, you have as many as 9 ways directly in the platform to monetize your YouTube channel.
Burn a path.
But there are multiple ways to monetize your YouTube channel that go beyond that.
Slow burn.
And there's a lot of different ways of selling to your audience.
Yes.
We can talk about that. But what I would say is, first, either the monetization requirement of 4,000 hours of watch time or 10 million views. You can get the 4,000 hours in 12 months, or you can get 10 short-spaced views in half a day. I believe that the easiest thing to do out of those is just to get the 4,000 hours in 1 year. And I've talked a lot at length about how to do that.
Fire away!
The basic formula for getting the watch hours, for anybody concerned about that, is if you make at least 100 videos in a year, and you can average, it won't happen for every single video, but the average across those videos is that by the end of a year, you can average to 100,000 views across all of the 100 videos, or however however many videos you make. I call it 100 because it makes the math a lot easier. It makes the math easier to math. In fact, actually, what I can do is I can bring up I can probably make this.
Burn them all. My flame burns brighter.
I wonder if this will work. So what
Time to hot fit.
Is
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Show you the map. I'm gonna switch to a way to show you the map and do a calculation, if I can. You'll see how big I can get on the screen. So if you can get 100,000 views on YouTube, 100,000 views on YouTube. That's where I'm at, zeros, just to make sure. Yeah, you get 100,000 views on YouTube, right? And you know you have to get 4,000 watch hours. You need to be able to average 3 minutes average view rate across those videos, because that's going to give you 300,000 hours of 300,000 minutes of watch time. 300,000 minutes of watch time divided by 60 to get that down will give you more than enough. Because the 4,000 hours, you need 240,000. You need 240,000 minutes. You need 240,000 minutes, right? If you can get an average duration of 3 minutes across 100,000 views on YouTube, so you get 300,000 minutes, so you're going to be well over the amount you need.
Which source has made you the most money?
I really truly believe that I would pay the price.
So for many of you that were waiting for the censored section of the Andrew Tate interview that the lawyers wouldn't let us we can finally release that clip to you. Out of the 5-hour interview that we did in Romania, you can finally watch it. One of the stories Andrew tells about what him and Tristan did when they were arrested in the cell. How the Romanian government was trying to spy. I'm not going to say anything. They were trying to spy on them. He'll tell you the story. I don't want to share that. Enjoy now the uncensored section of the Andrew Tate interview.
Temperature rising.
There's those that say, I want to think
yes.
I don't like it. I can pay you. Whatever it takes. I don't have to do my own due diligence. I just have to be ready. Then there's the camp that's a diehard fan.
I'm going. Sigh the vice.
In their eyes, going to be wrong. Then you have the people in the middle that are the reasonable.
Heat wave.
That are saying, you know what? What about that? The people
Getting
in the middle
warmer.
may say the following question. They may say, and I'm going to ask this question.
Yes.
They may say, Andrew, okay, if this guy how can we get you?
Burn a path. Yes.
Yeah, and once again, I have to be careful what I say. Look, Romania has a law, or the law in Romania, you can prove to a judge that. Monster kill!
Heat wave.
And they produce a bunch of paperwork saying that. And then they do a photo.
Like a wildfire.
Unusual, blah, 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 and they put it together in a nice piece of paper and they put it in front of a judge. And then the judge decides, they just stamp it or they don't. If they stamp it, they can put you under preventative arrest for up to 6 months to investigate you. Not because you're guilty of anything. We want to investigate him for being an alien.
That's Romanian law.
That's law inside of it. And that's what happened to me. Put together this dossier. He wants money. He's rich. He's brash. You know, he's apologetic in his views. We think they
Blazes.
How I understand. My basic understanding. I want They didn't have a case when they were trying to hit me with this garbage, and they thought, you know what? We put them all over the news. We slander them. There's a hotline saying, if you're a girl in her language, in the UK, a hotline. So they were attempting to use the media to
Your
find
middle
what they
tower
wanted.
is under attack.
Nobody came to me and said this is happening. Nobody has any proof of these crimes. They were saying, we want to find evidence that we've done something. Let's put them all over the news. Put them in jail.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Find somebody who will take the stand and put this guy in jail. And they found nobody.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
I'm under attack.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm not ready.
I have no problem with police investigating.
I go like the blazes.
People call and say there's a kidnap of American citizens and you don't investigate. Sure, come. Cops ran. Realize this was the girl
Burn a path.
to pardon. So they let me go from the police station.
I'm going.
That was the beginning of the case was closing in.
Light him up.
Months go by, this guy's empty, nothing's happening. I really was saying, yeah.
Quick.
Around the time I was canceled.
Help me, soil.
Very interesting.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hot enough for you.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Time to hide.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not yet. No. Oh yeah.
That's the level we're at. And they are trying to find
Fire in the hole.
have the conversations between them saying they're going to ask for life.
Your top tower is under attack.
Coming and going.
Yes.
We have their phone calls with their mother where they're saying, yeah, he didn't hurt me, and my boyfriend caught me. We have all,
To battle.
we have all the evidence. We have
I'm under attack. Burn out. Fades away.
And the reason I still think it's in the charge is imagine if they just drop it now. They'll make a martyr out. They'll make a hero of it. Well, they're going to charge me because in Romania there's no legal proof. There's no burden of legal proof to charge. They can charge me with empty pieces of paper. They can charge me whatever they want. The judge just says. So they can charge me with garbage. They can put it on a file of garbage. They can send it to a judge. And they can make sure they can delay it here, delay it there, and long it out, and make sure the judge doesn't see it for a year and a half while I sit on the man. And then the judge can look at it and go, this is bullshit, throw it away in a year and a half. That's what's going to happen. But why drop it now? If they're out to get me, if they're out to slander my name, if they're out to destroy my life, which is clearly what they're out to do. They're not out to save anybody from anything. They're not out to help anybody. They're out to hurt me. And why would they now drop it and let me be free? No, let's keep it for another year and a half. Drop this house. With that story, for another year and a half, and he's going to let's make him get to the trial. And then a judge will go. Because I don't believe, as high level as this Matrix attack is, I still
Your
don't
top
believe
tower is under attack.
I don't think I'm going to end up in good. But it's just taking years of my life. That's all they want to do. We have no interest in the truth. There's no victims. There's no one to take the stand.
You were going to say something about follow-ups on that if you want to go
6
there.
months.
6 months coming up right now.
It's coming up
Yeah.
June 29th, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, you put out a tweet recently. You said the 6-month time limit is running out. Zero evidence against me unless they invent something.
Fire in the hole.
They charge me with
Light 'em up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's not time yet. Yes.
What do you think they will do? And you gave people 3 options. Option 1, let me go.
Oh,
Option
yeah.
2, charge
The
me.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Invent and frame attack. The results are 38%.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
I know this blazes. I'm under attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
In town?
Your top tower has fallen.
So they're sitting there and realize that their attempt has failed. So you have to double down. If you start bluffing and poker, and the guy calls you a bluff, you can't lose now. If you lose now, the game's over.
They're in too deep.
They're in too deep. They made it international.
Dire structures are fortified.
Dance, and they took a gamble. The gamble was simple. He's famous. He has enough sexual potential. If you find somebody who's upset with you, we'll find an angry ex-girlfriend. We'll find a bigger girl. We'll find somebody who will take the standing naked. And they failed because I'm not a bad person. I had so many ex-girlfriends call me
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
You're all fired.
They can't believe it.
Back to these results. If you're saying that the people who voted 38% let you go are naive, the other 2 options, charge you with no evidence and invent and frame you, what do you think is going to happen?
I think there's too many eyes on it to truly frame me. I'd like to believe there's too many eyes on it for them to effectively frame me. I think if they were going to frame me, they would have done it. I'd like to. This helps me see it. So I believe they're going to charge me very, very seriously. And the goal is just to keep me on house arrest for as long as they possibly can. Delay it, long it out, give the media reasons to lie about me for more years. Keep me under the trigger, keep me here under the threat. I go to sleep every night, every morning. I wake up instinctually at 5 a.m. because that's when they raid my house. I wake up at like 4:59. I just fucking shoot up because they busted my house 3 times. It's not nice to have a bunch of men with guns bust in your house. It's not a nice experience.
Your turn
So
to ban.
every single morning I wake up expecting them to just turn
5
up again,
seconds remaining.
something else, and drag me back to a prison cell. Who knows why? They'll just make it up. But the fact they made up this particular crime is because it's a hit piece and it's a slander on my reputation. If they would have done the same thing, let's say for tax evasion, would anyone care? Oh, Rich died, didn't pay tax. No one cares. We have to hurt his name. Human trafficking. Think about that. I said this to the judge. How does it make sense? A man with no criminal record, who is financially successful, decides to begin to human traffic at 35 years of age. I have no financial motivation. It's clearly not my personality. I don't
10 seconds remaining.
Why have I begun to human traffic?
5 seconds
Doesn't even make
remaining.
any sense from a pure logical perspective. There's no motive. no victims. and there's
5
no
seconds remaining.
And here I am on house arrest. It's insane. So yeah, it's genuinely intimidating. I don't know what's going to happen next. I believe they're going to try and charge me with the garbage they have. And I think what they're trying to do is just hang it over my head and keep me afloat.
I want to ask you one more question regarding human trafficking, because this is a heinous charge.
Absolutely.
Allegedly. I mean,
Absolutely.
this is not lightweight stuff. It's
Right.
perfectly legal.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I can't tell you how many women are doing OnlyFans these days.
Yep.
Webcam business. For the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, the webcam business, how much did they correlate
Yeah, they're
that
not-
to? Well, he must be human trafficking. He's running a webcam business.
They've linked it ideologically, but nothing in the file has anything to do with that. And none of these two
Prepare for battle.
girls they selected to become victims who do TikTok who are not victims. That was
Hey.
completely unrelated events. It's just they're using that as an ideological base. He had the webcam business, so he's guilty of it, which is insane.
So there's no correlation.
Zero correlation.
So they haven't even charged any of the webcam business
Zero.
with any of this.
Zero.
30
And what's crazy
seconds
is
to
Crazy,
battle.
because people assume that, right?
It's crazy because one, it's not legal, and two, you can go drive in Romania. There's webcam studios on. It's one of the most popular businesses in the country. It's not even legal. And that was a past life. We're talking about something that happened 10 years ago. It's that long ago. It was about 10 years ago. It was at the very beginning of it. The very beginning of the whole idea of things. So it's just an ideological shock. And I also, from the flip side,
The
because
battle
I try very
begins.
hard to not be emotional. And I try very hard to think of it logically. And with brutal
Say goodbye to your head.
Right,
Get this game.
Hardly can understand. Because it would be unprofessional of me to be so emotional about my time in jail to not understand it. Now, when I say understand, I'm not saying it happened, and I'm not saying I'm guilty. What I'm saying is, if I was an 85-year-old Romanian woman who's a judge,
Clear the chopping block.
and I look at the file, and I say, well, that's Martin, Dad, Rimac, Kernan dead, money. Then I see, girls, yachts, private jets, and then I have a dossier from DCOF. He might be bad at something. And I have 10 minutes to read. That's how long they don't read the file at all. And then I sit there in English.
Kind of a change.
I didn't do it. I did that. I actually did. I'm not good enough to say Tristan. You know what?
Animal one.
Yeah. You think it's that simple?
I think it's just perception. I understand I have this perception. And I think a lot of people who are also dislike me, a lot of the reason they dislike me so much is my perception. I've had people who say, I hate what you say. So what do I say? And after talking to them a while, they say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Of course.
It's the perception of aggression. It's the perception of masculinity that they're afraid of. It's not even the words. They might like the words. It's my delivery. So I understand perception to be reality to a degree. I accepted that maybe the first month.
Nice and sharp.
You know what? Guns.
Yes.
But by month 2 or month 3, I was like, this is insane. I should have read the file by now. This is insane.
Yes.
So I do understand that part.
Right.
And I understand that if someone is minded, they might look at
Coming, Fred.
it. You must have done something. But these are people who have never had any experience with the legal system.
Yes.
None of it's true. In any
Get away. Under attack.
when you make so much money,
Oh, choppers are looking sharp.
but you kind of have to buy it. But I was like, when you think you buy a property, you have to own it. Because they'll give you a piece of paper saying,
Lost.
but if you piss them off enough, a judge stamps a different piece of paper, and now it's not yours anymore. That's it. That's the game. I own this.
Aye, aye.
You don't pay that. You take it to court.
Aye.
Or again, you don't turn up. It escalates to the point where you can't take it. I own it. But you don't. The judge says, what judge? Where? Yeah, that's the game. When you seem to deal with the legal system,
Your top tower is under attack.
stand I've lost all my cars, I've lost all my diamond watches, my gold, my money, they've taken everything. Everything. Over 15 million euros of assets. Everything. They see me. Oh, with a piece of paper, with a stamp, a language of the stamps.
Let's get fresh mate. Stand your ground. Let's make that.
Well played, man. Well played.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And I also think that I understand when you have a message that just
leave this bit for later.
Masculinity as a whole is very complicated.
Good idea.
Best way to instill
Short sighted.
break it down to the
Stick
I've evolved way beyond language, right? But masculinity as a whole is a very complicated tapestry. You need to have emotionality. Despite of the constant propaganda it's very easy. So I break it down to a very core message. The core message is that I have my freedom, so it's hard to I have sexual access, and I have a good network. I break it down to those core things. And those core things are what I build my business. That's how you build the tapestry. You don't have those three core things. That's the beginning of it. If you don't have those three things, it's hard to build the rest. So anybody who doesn't I mean, I'm sure these people who are after me have never listened to me ever. They just look at a picture. You know what I'm saying? There's three girls in the picture. No way these girls are happy with that. My wife is. So, it's not basic. It's that basic. But how else can I teach my message, as complicated as it is, without first breaking down and proving your success in the most core levels, right? Before you learn to box, you jab, and you cross. Before you do all the complicated stuff. So a lot of it is people looking at my message, not understanding how detailed it is, not understanding how pleasant it is, looking at the baseline instances, advertise my success as a whole to people who should be looked at. I clearly know what I'm talking about. And you're a every man wants
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Weaponize it and use it against me, and you're right. It's feminism as a whole that has this idea of man.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is falling.
Stand briefly.
Every single time. You can go out to a bar in America, and you can stand there and argue with a feminist. Argue with her. And someone ran in there with a gun. She would say, hey, you go. You're the misogynist. You go protect me. The feminist guy who's on my team, I don't want
your bottom tower is under attack.
With more stand.
And it's hypocritical, and it's done on purpose.
And now.
It's done they don't want men to
your bottom tower is under attack.
Is there any manipulation and divisiveness?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Come on, guys. What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Get over it!
The enemy's middle tower and your bottom tower is falling.
Bigger. Look! A spare
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes! Oh, just lovely!
We're an organized criminal group. I saw her at a party once, like a year and a half ago. I was like, what are you doing?
What's that mean? Good idea.
though, the 2 TikTok girls were victims. After giving
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes! Flash rate! Under attack!
Because they bugged our system. So when Beatrice and Receptor, when they put the same cell, Beatrice instantly knew. Hello, how are you?
Yes.
So then we start talking about
Your middle tower is under attack.
crime boss in Hong Kong.
This'll come in handy.
Describing false stuff like that. We're describing Russia. Good old Fritz.
Here I come!
They're in the case files. Ricky Tan, Carter, Lee, the whole
Coming through!
Hong Kong, all of it. It's all in the case files.
You're joking about
100% true.
Right to it!
And then I said to turn into a buddy comedy. Oh, yeah.
More like that! Don't want to use it all at once. Haste! We need deep breath! Hi, hi!
Getting this information, like when the Ireland thing broke, who's conveying this? There was a tiny TV in the corner. We did have a TV, but it was all remaining in use. It was only remaining in use, so there's no So they tapped ourselves. They wiretapped ourselves. They had to.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
no, that's the right approach. Was it immediate?
As soon as we saw each other, we knew the right person. We fucking knew.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
By the way, great move from their end, but great move for you to counter that.
This is my point.
Come on here.
Here I come!
He's a beast.
Yes!
Rush hour. And then when they find out it's a fucking movie, they hate me. It's
Boy,
impossible.
fresh
They
money!
hate me.
That's the funniest thing that
Sorry, man.
things are tapped.
I didn't know what you want.
Coming through! I'll do the same. Triple kill!
Fuck, man, they are lucky. They eat shit every day. Back.
Of course, and you almost have to even think and assume that maybe when BBC came, we have guys like
The enemy's bottom tower has
you have to
fallen.
almost put like one-on-one, like somebody's watching everything you do. You have to, like you can't. You have to be overly paranoid and skeptical.
They don't want to hear about, Ricky Tang's crime lord. They want to hear more about the crime syndicate in Hong Kong. I can tell them all about it, because Carter and Lee's going to get under control.
Let me ask a question about this. I love what you said, especially number one.
Come on, guys, stay together.
I don't know English yet, bro. I'm practicing. Still working on practicing.
Wait, son, I'm coming.
You've got kickboxing belts all over. I would argue, I've never seen you fight, but I would argue that your skills are better than your fighting skills. I'll let you jump, I'll take it. I know that you're looking for ratings guy would be receptive to it. So I can't tell you how many men come up to me, come up to Pat, dude. What was Andrew Tate like? What was Tate like? Tell me about Tate. Tell me a Tate story. Dude, that guy's so cool. He's such a badass. You've seen the women, they'll react to your video. Fuck you, Andrew Tate. You've seen this. But when you sit around these women, and you go to podcasts with these women, by the end of the podcast, so what I want you to do is sell the men. Because it's easy to sell the men. Like, for instance, I had a girl one time. Took her out of the day.
Fuck, man.
Having such a great night. Look forward to
back.
The next day I wake up. The first text I get from her is, so you fuck with Tate?
Yes.
Lost. I look at you totally different. I said, what's up? Had a great time. 99% of men, I don't think I'm being bombastic here, totally appreciate what you're saying. I think you said 40% of your audience is women.
Got me.
What can you do to win over 60% of women? Hey, sell me on that.
You know what's interesting? I would argue it's far less than 60%. In my experience, I've yet to meet a female.
Hi.
This will come in handy.
I mean, everybody is nice to me. I've never had a single woman come up to me and say you said that. Ever.
Right.
I think that men and women have very different mental models because of the reference back to what we said earlier about testosterone.
Wait, guys, wait. Stop me.
Wait me.
Hey! A woman joins a new plan, or new truck, or new society. She can't resist the ideals of that society. Combat. It's fine. So she has to more likely. And I think that assimilate with the new power structures, right? So, women to a degree, and this is not misogynistic, this is just, obviously, exceptions do exist.
Son of a bitch! Come on, man.
You'll see this especially when
You are T, man. Why you doing
I'm religious now, or I regret what I did when I was young. Why did you do it? Oh, everyone's doing it. Peer pressure, music videos. I was told that they just went with the flow. So, I think that, especially when it comes to women in the world today, I think
Get on, cat!
I think every man knows what I'm saying.
Right!
Your favorite car is her favorite car. Your
favorite team is definitely her favorite team at that.
That's how it goes, right? So, and I think that's just, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about being in a relationship. I absolutely love a man that pretends to care about cars.
Lip smacking.
Wow, this one's purple. Yeah, it's purple. Get in. I love this one. Because she knows I care, so she pretends to care. That's part of the beauty of it all, right? So I mean, all of us, all people, men and women, have something in mind. We have the matrix trying to tell us certain things, and then we have our partner or peer pressure trying to tell us other things. But I think men have a more natural inclination, especially if you're an alpha male, to resist and to look and think, no, I disagree.
Yes.
Women are more likely to go, oh, well. So I've never met any women who
You don't feel the pain.
I've yet to meet them. Maybe they exist in Miami. I look forward to going and meeting them myself. I would guarantee I could sit on any panel of women who disagree with me. It's my way to make them understand. By the end of it, I guarantee that every other podcast that ever
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Come on, guys. Push.
religious and the more family-oriented it is.
And
Let's
now-
take this country. Romania locked me up. But I lived here for a reason. Right? We can discuss the pace of what happened to me, and I can be upset about it, but I am not the kind of person who's too emotional.
Coming, friend.
Might have broke in, might have not. Looked in the window. Sitting in the cell.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
So whatever they do, they're worse because it's safe. Right? Another reason
The enemy's middle tower The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wait me.
Somehow acting in a degenerate fashion is going to lead to anything but unhappiness. And most women who have lived degenerately, if you speak to them a long enough time frame, it may take them a while, but as they grow older, they always say, all of us are born with this.
Let's get
Fuck. Back, guys. Back. They are together. Please, back. Please.
And if you truly love her, you want the best for her.
Come on, Slar.
Make her the best self.
Stay together, guys.
Best self for you. And you have the Matrix telling her to ignore everything you've ever said. Everything you say is misogynistic and even wrong by any kind of standards. So, I know I'm going to get canceled and they're all going to say bad things about me. If I walk in and my girlfriend is watching Sex and the City, I say turn that off. Why?
We can win, guys. Please, back and stay together. Wait for me.
The things you can watch, you're not watching that. Now, I've never had that problem, but that's what I would say. And if she refused, I'd say, well,
Wait me.
what should I watch instead? Watch about Stalingrad. How much do you know about Stalingrad?
Your middle tower is under
Stalingrad?
attack.
200,000 men froze to death.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Why?
Encircled. For your freedom, you don't even know how to have respect to learn about it, and you're busy watching Samantha?
Come on, guys, back.
She ain't real. This is real. Men went and died for real.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And they're blasting from speakers for months as you starve to death. You are here to die. You will never see Germany again. You will go to die. Paulus, the commander, kept asking me, can I make a breakout? Can I leave?
Time to pump.
You're there to die.
Under attack.
And you're sitting there.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Unmasculine sacrifice. But I'm telling you now, my house, when you don't know about Stalin, when you know everything about Stalingrad, HMS Hood, you have World War II and World War I completely memorized, you know more than me, you can watch fucking Sex and the City. Until then, you have more important things to learn. That's my creed. That's my house. That's the kind of thing I'm about. When I say this, there's women out there who go, you're crazy. They're going to talk, they're going to attack me. And you tell you what, I've never had a woman like you. She's like, okay. And then we sit there and
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are
it's hard being a man. Masculine
The enemy's
struggles to be
bottom
respected by
barracks
all
has
genders,
fallen.
male and female. The more we respect
The
masculine
enemy's
struggles,
bottom
the better
barracks
the world's going
has
to be as a whole.
fallen. Radiant victory.
I've had girlfriends before. If you're going to complain about our relationship or complain about me to your friends, we may as well just break up now.
Because you're just going to complain about negative shit about me to them. And then you're not going to mention me for 3 months. And you're going to complain about the next argument. And over a year, all they're going to hear